5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans released from a Russian prison are now in San Antonio, and City Council could soon see a pay raise. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 79 degrees. Well, 3 Americans are back on U.S. soil after a months-long process to swap Russian prisoners for their release. Fox's Jared Halpern has the latest.
The largest prisoner exchange with Russia since the Cold War, leading to the release of Paul Whelan and Ivan Gerskovich, was months in the making.
And most of the time, as you can imagine, those are tough conversations. But not today. Today, excuse me. Today was a very good day.
White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan choking up as he described conversations with the families of detained Americans. U.S. officials had hoped to include former Kremlin opposition leader Alexei Navalny in the swap before his death in Russian custody earlier this year. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden, along with Vice President Kamala Harris, greeted them as they arrived in Maryland last night.
This is about the essence of who we are as a country. It really is about personal relationships. It's about family. It's about being able to have access to the people you love and you adore.
The ex-prisoners and their families are now in San Antonio, where the 3 will be medically evaluated at Brooke Army Medical Center. They arrived around 3:10 this morning. BAMC is the routine destination for Americans who re-enter the U.S. after being held overseas. Well, former President Trump's bid to end a gag order imposed by a New York City judge in his hush money trial has been rejected by an appeals court.
A 5-judge panel in New York's mid-level appeals court said no to former President Trump's request to lift a gag order in his hush money case. It was a rejection of his lawyer's argument that since Vice President Kamala Harris has entered the presidential race, the matter had a new urgency as she positions herself as an ex-prosecutor taking on a, quote, convicted felon. Appellate judges ruled that trial judge Juan Merchan was correct in extending parts of the order until the former president is sentenced. He lifted some of the order's restrictions in June. The former president was convicted in May on 34 felony counts, and his original July sentencing date was postponed until September 18th. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, GOP VP candidate and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance visited the southern border in Arizona yesterday and told reporters Vice President Kamala Harris is responsible for many issues impacting the border because of the policies she took since she and President Biden took office.
They stopped deportations on day one. They stopped construction of the border wall on day one. We see the border wall sitting here, ready to be completed behind us. And that can't happen because of Kamala Harris's administration.
And many Democrats argue VP Harris was never placed in charge of the border as borders are. Sanctuary cities are continuing to complain about Texas sending busloads of migrants, but Todd Bensman with the Center for Immigration Studies says the migrants would have ended up there anyway.
His busing program is entirely voluntary. In other words, he's just providing free bus fare to people that were going to go there anyway.
And Benson says the state of Texas isn't the only one sending migrants to sanctuary cities. The Biden administration has also been flying migrants. Well, San Antonio City Council is expected to vote next week to place longer terms and higher pay for themselves on the November ballot. After yesterday morning's discussion, it's still not clear how to handle the transition from 2-year to 4-year terms or how much the pay raises will be. A pay raise for the mayor's office is also under discussion. The salaries for council members and the mayor have been unchanged since 2015. Despite failing a gender test with the International Boxing Association, Algerian boxer Iman Khalif was approved to compete in the Paris Olympics, sparking controversy. Here's Fox's Greg Palkett.
It was a very one-sided fight with Italian Angela Carini. After just 46 seconds and several sharp punches to the head, Carini abandoned the match, saying it was unfair and declaring she had never felt such strong blows in a contest before. Khalifa has competed in other international tournaments, including the Olympics, but was banned last year due to, according to officials, elevated levels of testosterone. Algerian sports officials called the charges against Khalifa baseless, but others have raised concerns about the health of opposing athletes when, according to one, a man fights a woman.
Meantime, for the sixth straight Olympics, an American has won the gold medal in the women's gymnastics individual all-around competition. Simone Biles' floor routine helped her win her second gold medal in the event, while American teammate Suni Lee won the bronze. Biles says she's thrilled about her gold medal win.
It's just insane. It's crazy. It all paid off, and I couldn't be more excited for how the night played out.
The 27-year-old Biles of Spring, Texas is now the most decorated U.S. Olympic gymnast in history with 8 Olympic medals. It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Doing good? Great. Yeah, sorry, Chris is still logged in. I'll fix it when I get a little bit of time here. I'm just getting ready to do the show this morning. Charlie Parker will be in somewhere around 7 o'clock, but knowing Charlie, he'll show up before then. But you know how it goes. Happy Friday to everybody. Happy Red Friday to everybody. Hope everybody has a great day and a great weekend. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, he's actually at the airport right now. He flies out at 5:30 this morning, and he's got a layover, I believe, in Maryland someplace. And then he will make it to Albany, and then he's got to drive about 90 minutes upstate from Albany. So he should be back on Monday. Hopefully, he's flying back on Sunday. Hopefully, he doesn't have any delays, but we'll see how that goes. All right, everybody, stand by. Get ready for the show. Good morning and welcome into the second day of August. 95 days till the 2024 election, 90 days till Halloween, 39 days till the second presidential debate. Well, maybe. 36 days till opening night in the NFL, and only 17 days till the DNC in Chicago. But more importantly, Charity, we have worked hard to get to this day. We love to celebrate this day on this program because today is Friday! Friday-luya. Good. I'll wake everybody else up in the house. Let them know we made it. If you're in your car, honk your horn. If you're not in your car, let's do the wave, everybody, because we made it to Friday. How are you this morning, Charity McCurdy?
I'm doing pretty good. It feels good. Mighty fine to be Friday. You know, it's something we work so hard for. I know we say it every week, but man.
It's been a long week, Charity, especially for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is a Red Friday like it is every Friday. We wear red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. And we hope everybody joins us because we like to turn this whole city red.
And it's catching on. I'm seeing it. You know, it's we're Military City, USA. And I feel like, you know, that was especially obvious
Amen.
when we saw the 3 Americans land in San Antonio this morning, 3:10 to be exact. And they are now at Brooke Army Medical Center being medically evaluated. How amazing that must feel for them to be on U.S. soil. We're talking about Evan Gershkovich, the Marine veteran Paul Whelan, and a radio journalist, Alsu Kermasheva. Man, they just must have such a huge sense of relief, and emotional reunions with their families also took place.
And not only are they happy to be in the United States, they're happy to be in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Because they know when they come here, they're in Military City, USA, just like you said. And I love your new red shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
I saw that this morning and went, wow, that is the coolest one I've seen so far.
Yeah, it has the God Bless America, Wear Red Fridays. It was given by a listener.
Oh, cool.
It says like Grumpy Bear Red Friday gear. It's really cool.
It is
It's
cool.
a unique Red Friday shirt. So I
Unique.
was so honored to get it from a listener.
Unique is a good way to put it because it is very unique. I haven't seen one like that before. And I commented on it the first time I saw it, and I love it. It's a great
I'm going
shirt.
to try to hook you up. I think I have another size of this shirt that
Awesome.
might fit. Yeah.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. All right, let's get things started with traffic and weather together. Partly cloudy, partly sunny today and hot. Highs in the upper 90s, near 100. Tomorrow, sunshine, a few clouds and hot. Highs 100, 101, maybe 102. And then on Sunday, sun and clouds mix. A slight chance of a thunderstorm in the afternoon. And hot, highs in the upper 90s. It is 75 degrees in Kerrville, 79 at Fort Sam Houston, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13. It is a playlist Friday here on San Antonio's First News, and yesterday was the anniversary date of the beginning of MTV, August 1st, 1981, 43 years ago, and the very first video was Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles.
It was a great video, too. It was well done.
Yes,
And
horrible song, but yes.
I don't know. I think it's kind of a catchy song.
I can't stand it.
And video did not kill the radio star, as we are now realizing.
Apparently.
Radio has continued to evolve. So
And
they
thank
were
you for
wrong.
that, Charity.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so all morning long, we're going to highlight some of what we think are the best video songs from MTV. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. The world went to hell when MTV quit showing music videos all the time.
I would spend countless hours as a kid in front of the TV watching music videos on MTV before I guess they got too raunchy, although I think Madonna
Yes.
kind of did
Yes.
her
Yes.
role and things.
She did her part. Charity,
Yeah,
yes.
she really did. But yeah, it was just so awesome to see. It really was.
I agree. I was just out of high school when MTV started, and I remember my first apartment. I lived with my buddy Ray, and 24 hours a day, if we were home, MTV was on in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember setting appointment times to watch, videos when they premiered. And it was fun, man.
Yeah. And, you got to know your favorite VJ, Martha Quinn.
Who works with us now, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So it was a magical time. And you just loved music. And I think it really brought a lot of great exposure to the artists behind the songs.
Yeah, because a lot of times we didn't get to see the artists. You had to either go find a magazine or something. The internet wasn't what it is today. And yeah, that was our only chance sometimes.
And artists are still making music videos,
Yes.
but you have to go online and search them to find them. I just don't know why MTV is not getting the concept that that's what people want. They want their original MTV.
Yeah, I want my MTV.
Yeah. On Hulu, I do have some music channels that
Yeah,
show like
yeah.
90s, 80s videos
Yeah.
that I'll check out, but it's not the same.
I was talking with Andrew Zemola, who was running the show this morning, our producer. I was talking to him before the show. I used to love when I think VH1 was actually the ones that started it behind the music.
Oh, yes.
I love those things.
Yes.
I loved them, man. They were so well done. I miss them. I miss them.
It was great. It was a great time. I love the pop-up video where you get little facts, about each artist or the video. Yeah.
And the best game show ever.
Remote Control.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I
On
love that
MTV,
show. I
yes,
love
yes.
that show. And who was your favorite VJ before we hit the break?
I'm trying to think. I really did like Martha Quinn. I liked Kennedy.
Kennedy she was different.
Yeah. she was wild and she kind of had like a Cyndi Lauper vibe going.
Okay.
And I know
okay.
she's on Fox News
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
She doesn't age somehow. I
No,
don't
she
know.
hasn't.
I
She
don't know how
hasn't.
that works.
And see, I like JJ Jackson, man. I thought he was cool. I thought he was very cool.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to celebrate the beginning of MTV and lament the end of it all morning long. WOAI News Time 516. All right, Ed, we're back. Oh, Headbangers Ball. Hell yeah, Ray. Love that. Good morning, Kemper. And happy Red Friday. VH1 was great. I do admit, Rooster. I just wish they would go back to their old formulas, man. When they went all reality TV, they really messed up, man. Messed up. Good morning, Sam. I think I've said good morning to everybody so far, haven't I? Well, we'll say it again. There we go. Now I'm logged in. All right, cool. Well, thank you, Kemper. Do you remember MTV when it was actually music television? Oh, were you? Sorry, Andrew's talking to me too. Okay, that's not true. It wasn't the devil's work at all. The devil's work is when they ended MTV, Kemper. Tell your mom I said that. Yeah, I think that's when the world went to hell. Kids got much ruder. It was fun. I mean, I dug MTV. Backmasking. I was raised Southern Baptist and a big Kiss fan. I've been in the Kiss Army since I was 11. And I remember hearing them say that Kiss was Knights in Satan's service. And my mom hated all the Kiss posters I had on my wall and all the Kiss albums I played nonstop. And yeah. Oh, yeah, backmasking. Oh, yeah. Subliminal advertising, too. Yeah, you got to remember that. All right, hang on. We're going to get back into the show here in a second. I forgot about the Friday night video fights, Jacob. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, this one's for you, Charity, because, we love to play the songs that were the videos when Edward Scissorhands was doing music videos, because that's what that guy looked like.
Oh, yes. The makeup, the wild hair, the heavy eyeliner.
Yeah.
Yes.
The only thing that was missing was the blades.
But what a great song. Love Song by The Cure. I mean, that's one of the classics. In the video, he's like in a cave and
Yes.
he's like tripping out on his hand. He's like, it's awesome.
Yeah, he was looking for the blades that weren't there. What he was
Stop.
doing.
That's not a depressing song. It's upbeat.
Okay.
Really? Was that slow music? That's
No, not slow, but I'm still depressed from hearing it.
okay.
I'm just saying.
Love makes you depressed, I guess. I don't.
Sometimes it
I don't
does.
understand.
That's the good thing about love. It can make you happy and depressed at the same time. Charity, what else is going on?
Well, a plane with freed American prisoners from Russia touched down on U.S. soil, and the three are now in San Antonio. Single-use plastic bags are no longer accepted in San Antonio recycling bins, and Northeast ISD is adding an 8-member emergency response team. We'll have details coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
It's going to be hot. Chances of some rain this weekend as well. We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 79 degrees here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 523. Michael Jackson, a staple on MTV. This from 1983. And you remember the debut of this, Charity? It was amazing.
I do, yeah. And it was like a little mini movie.
It was.
It was really awesome.
And Michael Jackson did some great videos.
He did. And I was actually kind of scared of him and Thriller. The makeup was too good. I really
John
sunk it
Landis,
in.
man.
Yeah, really sunk it in features there.
Yeah, it's Michael Jackson did some great videos. Once again, it's the MTV playlist. Today we're celebrating the anniversary of MTV, which was yesterday, 43 years ago. But on our talk back today, the Olympics are in full swing. And of course, gymnastics, Simone Biles is just amazing.
Mhm.
Amazing. She is the GOAT of gymnastics.
She
Obviously.
really is. I don't know how she can contort her body the way she does. I mean, she just keeps like spinning in the air. It doesn't stop.
She jumps 11 feet in the air. 11 feet, man. She can dunk a basketball.
Uh-huh.
So we're asking you on the Talkback feature, since it is Friday, we thought we'd have a little fun. Of all the Olympic sports, which one do you think you could do? Charity, do you have an answer?
Table tennis.
Table tennis is good, man.
And honestly, I mean, I don't want to look that bulky, but I really enjoy weightlifting. So I
Really?
feel like that's something like I could do like the squat press or,
Okay.
some kind of the powerlifting that they do. I would
Okay,
be
that would
down
be
with
cool.
that.
That
Yeah.
would be cool. See, I think I could do team handball. That
Mm,
looks fun.
okay.
That looks fun, and I think I'd be pretty good at it.
All
I
right.
think it'd be pretty good. I think I could do that. What I couldn't do is gymnastics. I will be honest with you right now. Could not do that at all.
No, I don't have that great of balance.
Yeah, I couldn't walk
Yeah.
on a 4-inch wide anything. I mean, come on.
No.
There's no way. So we're asking you that. Just give us your input on the free iHeartRadio app. If you don't have it, download it. Once you get it, search 1200 WOAI. You'll see the circle with the microphone in it. You hit it, you got 30 seconds. Oh, and by the way, if you want to throw in what your favorite MTV video was, feel free to do that as well. WOAI News Time 525. And we're back. Once again, good morning to everybody watching. There's 12 of you watching right now. Appreciate it, as always. Charlie Parker will be in a little bit later on this morning. I told him to come in at 7, so that means he'll be here about 6:30, knowing Charlie. And I know Charlie. I've worked with Charlie for a long time. So, yeah, get ready for that. And it is Friday, which means Fridays with Beamer. He will join us coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, 8:10 to be specific. And, it's always fun when Randy shows up. Don't know if he's coming in or if we're calling him. It's up to him. We will figure that out. Stick around and find out. Yes, I got the printers working my first day back. Thank you very much, Kemper. Yes. What happened is our other printer broke. It went down, and then they brought a printer from upstairs down here to us, and it was not mapped properly to anybody's computer. So I found the guy that can do that stuff, got him to sit at my desk and get everybody routed to the printer. So it was all taken care of. We got it done. Got it done. Thank God. All right. Yes, we rely a lot on tech around here, but I'm a little weary because a lot of times our internet goes down, our computers freeze up on us. So, like to have backup copies of stuff. Most of it we don't read, but it's always good. Yeah, TRL was kind of cool. I know that I miss stuff like that when they showed TRL. The remote control show was really good. I like that. That was a lot of fun. But I just remember the videos, man. I mean, you got to see people that, normally didn't tour a lot or didn't come to San Antonio. You got to see them, see what they were like. And then when the videos got more and more produced, that kind of changed things. I liked it when they just showed live stuff or what was presumably live when they would go into a soundstage and act like they were doing a show. I kind of dug that. And I liked the Warrant Cherry Pie video. It was very cool. Very cool. Man, Metallica did some good videos. I mean, there was some good stuff, man. 9 Inch Nails, all their videos were really freaky, and I loved them. All right, guys, stick around. We'll let you listen to Charity's news. I don't think you'll be able to see her, but I'll let you listen to her. I'm going to go get some more coffee, make some more coffee, and take a walk. I'll be back. Stick around.
5:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans who were part of the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange are now in San Antonio, and a big change for those thin plastic grocery store bags. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 79 degrees. A Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and 2 other Americans arrived back to the U.S. after being detained in Russia. President Biden and Vice President Harris greeted the freed Americans when they touched down at Joint Base Andrews last night. President Biden shared how he felt about the release.
To me, this is about the essence of who we are as a country. It really is about personal relationships. It's about family. It's about being able to have access to your own, the people you love and you adore. Imagine how you'd all feel if you were being held captive unfairly.
And the 3 former prisoners touched down in San Antonio overnight and are now being medically evaluated at BAMC. Meantime, political figures are reacting to the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange.
In a statement over the release of wrongfully detained Americans, former President Bill Clinton says he is deeply grateful for the Biden administration's tremendous diplomatic efforts. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries echoing this, adding, "We will never let Putin win." House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it encouraging news, adding their unjust captivity will be an enduring reminder of the Russian government's longstanding fear of free people and the free press. 4 U.S. residents were released from prison in Russia as part of the exchange, including Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and U.S. Marine veteran Paul Whelan, both wrongfully sentenced for espionage. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Celebration of life services were held yesterday in Houston, remembering Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who died last month at the age of 74. Vice President Kamala Harris spoke during the service.
Sheila Jackson Lee understood the privilege and obligation and nobility of public service. And through her service, she did untold good.
Former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton also spoke during the service. Jackson Lee had served as a representative for Texas's 18th congressional district from 1995 until her death last month. Well, a Texas congressman is calling out Homeland Security over the surge in crime from Venezuelan illegal migrants. Jarrett Lewis has more.
Venezuela, under Nicolas Maduro, is not sending their best to the United States.
They were releasing the convicts, the criminals, the mentally ill, into our southern border.
That has prompted U.S. Congressman Troy Nehls from Texas to send a 3rd letter to Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas asking for some sort of explanation.
More Americans are dying as a result of his unwillingness and our borders, our Kamala Harris, from securing our southern border and keeping the American people safe.
Nehls says he has not received a response from any of his letters sent to Secretary Mayorkas. Jarrett Lewis, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the Northeast ISD is enhancing school safety in the upcoming school year with a new emergency response team. The 8-member team is trained to handle emergency situations. District officials say several team members have prior SWAT experience, while others have military backgrounds. NEISD is the city's 2nd largest public school district with 70 schools serving nearly 56,000 students. Well, not this weekend, but next weekend is the annual Texas tax-free back-to-school weekend.
Families with children in elementary through high school spend an average of just under $900 for the start of the school year and double that for those heading to college. The good news is the Texas tax-free weekend is just around the corner. Parents and shoppers can save $8 for every $100 spent on qualifying clothing, footwear, and school supplies during the tax-free weekend, which runs August 9th through 11th. That's both online and in stores. A full list of what's taxed and what's not is on the Texas Comptroller's Office website. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, as of yesterday, single-use plastic bags are no longer welcome in San Antonio Solid Waste Management's blue recycling bins. The city says the bags become entangled with other items in the bins and cause sorting equipment to malfunction by sticking to the machinery. A solid waste official says none of the nation's 10 other largest cities are accepting plastic bags for recycling. Residents are asked to recycle their bags at retail stores or just throw them away. People are also encouraged to get some reusable bags. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business as we await that June jobs report. Actually, it's to the July jobs report we're waiting for. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Madonna from March of 1990. Charity's got it. She knows how to do it. Andrew's voguing as well. It is an MTV playlist. That's right. We're celebrating the anniversary. The 43rd anniversary of the beginning of MTV was yesterday, but today we're celebrating with our playlist. That is Madonna and Vogue. But the big story is the U.S.-Russian prisoner swap that frees Americans. Now, a little help from the Chancellor of Germany. The United States and Russia completed the largest prisoner swap between two countries since the Soviet era yesterday. Total of 24 people set free in the deal, including American prisoners Paul Whelan and journalist Evan Gershkovich.
We have assessed and analyzed that risk, and we have judged that the benefit of reuniting Americans, of bringing people home, that benefit outweighs the risk.
And the risk is, I guess, the number of prisoners that we released and the numbers that we got back, I guess, is a risk.
Yeah, I think in all, it involved 24 prisoners and 7 countries. He had 16 political prisoners, journalists, and others, including 5 Germans, were exchanged for 8 Russians that were jailed in the U.S., Germany, Norway, Slovenia, and Poland. And apparently among the Russians is one by the name of Vadim Krasikov, a convicted Russian state assassin who was in German custody, as well as 3 other Russians in U.S. custody. So, you know, I guess it's a win when you're able to get Americans home. But, you know, does this give Russia the upper hand somehow?
It seems like it does. That's just my looking at it. And it's kind of cool that as soon as Gershkovich was released, he wrote to Russian leader Vladimir Putin to ask him for an interview. I mean, that right there, that's dedication.
Yeah, that shows defiance for sure.
Defiance, dedication, all of that. And President Joe Biden finalized this deal hours before dropping out of the 2024 race. They've been working on this for a while, and it doesn't make everybody happy, but I'm happy that we got Americans home.
And I got emotional seeing those 3 Americans, especially Gershkovich, run and hug his mother, pick her up, and hold her in his arms. It was just so emotional for these families who I'm sure were losing hope as you know, months and years would pass by.
Yeah, you got to imagine, and just imagine how they felt being in those Russian prisons, which I can imagine are not the greatest places in the world to be, and dealing with what they deal. You know, they're in their mind wondering, "Am I ever going to get out of this?"
Yeah,
and just thank God, and they're here in San Antonio, which is awesome.
It really does put a national spotlight on San Antonio and the fact that we are military city USA. Typically, all wrongfully detained Americans come to BAMC. We saw that with Brittany Griner after she was released. So we have the best military medical personnel in San Antonio, and they're in good hands.
In very good hands, very, very good hands. And it's interesting that they do end up here because we have the medical facilities when dealing with the military or anything like that. We have the best in the world.
We really do. Yeah.
And coming up in less than 1 hour, we're going to check in with White House correspondent John Decker with the latest on this. And he was nice enough yesterday to join us last minute right after this broke. So he's going to join us again this morning at 6:40. We will check in with him. Up next, we're going to go back in time. It's Flashback. Where will we land? Who knows? And we're back. See, at least you get to see Charity right now. That's kind of cool. You are correct, SWAT Cats, and we played the Buggles right at the beginning of the show. We were all over it, man. Yeah. Aren't you Evan Gershkovich? You know, why not? They don't know how to make any breakfast tacos, period. That was Andrew coming in telling me that, can you imagine if you pull into like Taco Palenque and the 3 prisoners that were released are in a car in front of you getting their breakfast tacos, which, hey, that's what I would be doing. Marco, you were going to hear Take on Me. It's coming up. It's one of our songs on our playlist today. Trying to remember. It'll be coming up soon. Not too far away. So we got you covered, man. Got you covered. We had Andrew pull some of what we think are the best songs from the videos that were aired on MTV. So we hope you like the list. So far, we've heard Video Killed the Radio Star from the Buggles, Thriller from Michael Jackson, and you just heard Vogue from Madonna. Up next, not right away, but coming up, the next one we'll play is Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel from 1986, one of the best videos ever made. I dug that video a lot. I thought it was very cool. Do, 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 do. Very nice to know that, SWAT Cats. I'm not a big AHA fan, but I did like that video a lot. It was very, very inventive and very well done. Oh, the Miami Vice. You know, I used to love that show, Miami Vice, and then I went back and watched it, I don't know, a few years ago. Man, that was hokey. It was hokey as hell. Overacted big time, but, at the time it was cutting edge, and the music was great in that show. It was very good. Remember Ted Nugent was in there, Phil Collins, the late, great Eagles guy, not Don Henley, but, oh, God, he's drawing a blank right now. Glenn Frey. Glenn Frey played a smuggler. It was great. Smuggler's Blues, man. It's a good show. Good show, but you watch it now and you go, what? How did I like that so much? My biggest thing was here they are driving around in a white Ferrari, undercover, undercover cops, Miami Vice, and yet they show up at crime scenes. I never understood that. Just me, though. Thought that was ridiculous. They found some Sticky Icky and some Buc-ee's plushies in Fayette County. Some good-looking stuff, man. Wish I could get that at Buc-ee's. That'd be great. All right, stand by, people. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and then we're going to hear from you on our talkback feature of all the Olympic sports. Which one do you think you could actually do? We'll hear from you coming up in about 5 minutes. But right now, Charity, are you ready to play?
Let's do it.
Let's go. Okay. Wow. Uh-oh. Wow. Man, Charity, I'm going to let you pick this one. I have no idea.
Cold Hearted Snake, that had to still be in the 80s. So 89?
Let's go with 1989.
Okay.
Look at you, Charity
Okay.
McCurdy. See, I thought it would be Saved by the Bell that did it for you.
I don't think I got into that until later.
The
but,
college years
yeah.
when it was horrible.
No, I was still, when they were in high school, I watched, but I didn't think I watched the season debut or anything, the first season. But it was the 80s,
Yeah,
I know my
yeah.
music. So
Paul Abdul in the 80s was big.
Huge,
Big.
yeah.
All right, Charity, what else is going on?
The 3 Americans who returned back to the U.S. after being detained in Russia have arrived in San Antonio for post-isolation support. Kamala Harris pulled in more campaign cash than Donald Trump last month, and forecasters are keeping an eye on a storm system in the Atlantic that could develop into Tropical Storm Debbie. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today and hot. Highs near 100. Tomorrow, sunshine, a few clouds and hot. Highs 100, 101, possibly 102. Sunday, clouds and sun with a slight chance of a thunderstorm in the afternoon and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 80 degrees in Cibolo, 80 in Lavernia, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:53. Peter Gabriel and Sledgehammer from our MTV playlist. It is a playlist Friday. That is from April of 1986, and I loved that video, Charity.
It was like some kind of claymation.
Yeah.
Right. That was really cool.
It was good. It was good. And a great song, too, by the way. By the way. So, yeah, I mean, we are celebrating the anniversary of MTV, which was yesterday, 43 years ago yesterday. MTV signed on. So we're celebrating it today with our playlist. It's a playlist Friday, so it's an MTV playlist. We had Andrew go through the list of all the videos ever played on MTV, and he came out with what we think is a pretty good list.
I like it so far. It's great for Friday.
Yeah.
It's a nice change up.
It is, because we've been, kind of hit with a lot of hard stuff this week, so it's nice to lighten up a little bit on Friday. Of course, we'll have all the news covered for you. Also, we're asking you on our Talkback feature, available on that free iHeartRadio app. If you don't have it, download it. It's free once you get it. Search 1200 WOAI. You'll see a circle with a microphone in it. You hit it. You got 30 seconds. Here's what we want to know. Of all the Olympic sports that we've seen so far and that we know are in the Olympics, which one do you think you can do? And if you want to go ahead and throw in what your favorite MTV video was, just feel free to do that. Let's start by going out to Pipe Creek.
Good morning. This is Danny from Pipe Creek. Back in the day, I did lots of long distance and competitive cycling. So I'm pretty sure I could do that in the Olympics. I'd be last, of course. And my favorite MTV video, without a doubt, was Van Halen's Hot for Teacher. Have a great morning.
That was a great, great video.
I
really
was shocked as a little kid watching that. I'm like, really? Is this what it's like? Once you get to a certain grade?
I was hoping
My
it never
teacher will
worked
be in
out.
a bikini,
Yeah,
you
it never
know?
worked like that. No, it never worked like that. Yeah, it was a great, great video. Also, remember Jay Giles Centerfold was a really good video as well.
I'm noticing a theme here.
Along
too.
with Warrant's Cherry Pie was another good
Okay,
video.
All right. Throw in some ZZ Top.
ZZ Top they had the best formula. Hot cars, hot women. It was great.
I guess a lot of the MTV 80s videos were sexually charged. I think we're realizing this now.
I never realized that, Jerry. And what would a Friday be without hearing from our favorite school teacher out in Lytle?
Hey, Mr. T and Charity, Stephen from Lytle. And the Olympic event I would be best at is the opening ceremonies. Man, I could rock that boat. I could smile and cheer and wave at the camera like nobody's business. All right, time for jokes. Johnny, please use the word account in a sentence. Okay, on a count of 3, we're going to start the race. What did the hot dog say when it won its Olympic event? I'm a wiener. Y'all have a great weekend.
Nice.
And it's not even Bad Joke Friday, but I love it. I love it.
No, regardless of the topic, the
I know.
occasion, he always has a joke that ties in. I love it.
Yep. All right, here's another one.
Happy Friday. Love, love, love the Olympics. Watching, but not participating. Although when the luge was introduced in the Winter Olympics many, many years ago, I think everyone in my family thought they could be a gold winner participant. I have participated in fashion styles. I remember the Dorothy Hamill haircut was a super hot one. Hope you all have a great weekend. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Kemper. I had the biggest crush on Dorothy Hamill.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was a looker.
She was, and I actually went to the Icecapades to go see her at the Convention Center Arena because Dorothy Hamill was in the Icecapades. That's how big of a crush I had on her.
So it was like the bob, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they called it the Hamill cut.
Okay.
Is what, she had her own haircut. It was kind of like the Rachel.
All right.
But yeah, ahead of her time. But she was a cutie.
She was gorgeous.
She was a cutie. Now, have you watched any Olympics?
Oh, yeah.
Have you been watching any of the swimming?
I did watch a little bit of it, to celebrate Ledecky.
Yes.
That was just amazing what she's been able to pull off. A lot of gymnastics. I watched a little bit of fencing, but I'm really jacked up because the track and field starts today.
Yes, I can't wait because we're going to take a bunch of gold in that.
Yeah, Sha'Carri Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
I all eyes will be on her and her long nails to see if she can go for the gold.
Now, I'm wondering if she could just stick her hand out to win the race if it's really close and win by a nail. That would be cool.
I mean, I think they would. It comes down to a photo finish that counts.
There's
right?
no way anybody's going to beat her with that one. And now, have you wondered why the swimmers in Paris are wearing those giant parkas when they walk into the stadium? Is it cold in there or what's going on?
I assumed it was cold.
It's not. It's because they want to keep their muscles warm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they do it. Because I've been wondering that, and I had to look it up this morning going, why are they wearing parkas? I'm thinking, is it that cold in the swimming arena? But no, they just want to keep their muscles warm and loose is why they do that.
Have you seen the official Olympics cap catcher?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I could probably do that job. I wouldn't be in a Speedo, but
Well, that would be. And have you wondered why they wear two swim caps?
To really keep in the hair to make sure.
Actually, it comes down to when they put the goggles on. They usually put the goggles over the first cap. Then they put the second cap on top of that so there's no drag.
Okay, yeah.
That's why they do it. Because all these things bother me when I watch it. Why are they doing that? So I had to look it all up to find out why are they doing that?
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So we'll have some more on the Olympics and your talkbacks. Keep them coming in. Of all the Olympic sports, which one do you think you can do? We'll share them with you as they come in. WOAI News Time 5:58. And we're back. Cool. Love me the Eurythmics, man. That's a good one, SWAT Cats. So you could do the swimming? I could swim, but I don't think I could do it that fast, man. Those guys are good. They're too damn fast. Special guest this morning joining me in the breaks is our own producer, Andrew Zimmel. Say hi to the folks, Andrew.
Hi, folks. How's it going?
See, he's not intimidated. That's just how he is.
That's how I'm always. Yeah, I come in and I adjust the cameras. And
yes, he's our director.
I keep things moving. Yeah,
he does keep things moving. Anybody got a question for Andrew? Feel free to type it in. I'll read it to him. We got SWAT Cats wants to think "Sweet Dreams" by the Eurythmics was a great video, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you my Eurythmics story?
No.
I was at Astroworld in Houston and was standing there with my buddy Glenn. We were just hanging out, fixing to go get on a ride. And here comes these three people. And there's a real tall girl with short red hair walks right by us. And as she went by, I went, hey, that's Annie Lennox. They were playing at Astroworld that night. And she walked right by us.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's my brush with fame. Kemper says, hello, Andrew.
Hello, Kemper. You're
Great
one of our
cap,
favorites.
by the way. She loves your cap.
Thank you. Yeah. So when I came back from North Dakota, they told me to stop wearing all the other
Yeah.
team stuff. So I went to the Rolling Oaks Mall.
601 is our
wow.
time. San
Yeah.
Antonio's first
They have a
news.
lid
It is
store there, and I
Friday.
went
Good
and I
morning.
got
I'm Charity
the
McCurdy.
most
Among our top
Okay,
stories.
they got a lid
Americans
store. You
released
can
from
buy a
Russian
lid
prison are now in San Antonio.
Rolling Oaks
And
Mall.
get ready for
See, when
another
you say
round of
lid, I'm
weekend
thinking something
highway
completely
closures.
different.
We'll have details,
No, a
first
hat store.
traffic
So I
and
went
Oh,
and
a
got
hat
the most
store, okay.
every
flamboyant
10 minutes.
Spurs
in
hat
You
I
did a
could
good
find.
job because it's very flamboyant.
And now I walk around the building and people recognize
Oh,
me
sure. You
from
can,
the hat.
I can
So
pick you from a mile away. Oh, hey,
that's-
Andrew's here.
the big dude with the big hat.
The
Yeah.
big dude with the green hat. Or it's aqua, actually, I believe it. It's the Fiesta colors I'm not a big fan of, but they're okay.
First time Charlie Parker saw it, he told me that it's a Taco Bell hat. That's what he called it.
Well, it should be Taco Cabana hat, but yeah, because that was the Taco Cabana colors.
Yeah.
And that's what we used to call the floor when they had, I hated that. My least favorite logo of all time is that one. I like
Really?
just the regular black
Your
and silver,
weather
man.
channel
That's not
forecast
bad.
for
It
this
gives me-
Friday.
I don't
Partly
know.
cloudy, a
It's
high
it's
near
grown on me,
100,
to be honest with you. I don't
nights
hate as much as I used
75.
to.
Right now,
I
80
love the
degrees.
silver and black, of course.
Mhm.
Spurs fan,
Mhm.
lifelong Spurs fan. The thing is that- and I
Over
like it
3
when-
Americans
okay,
returned
okay,
back
I
to
can
the
see
U.S.
that.
after
little
being
bit,
detained in
I can
Russia,
see that,
arrived
that
in
it does
San
give you a little
Antonio
bit of-
overnight
yeah.
for medical
No, it's fine.
evaluation
I'm
at
fine with
BAMC after the
Yeah, my
touchdown
daughter,
at Joint
I have a
Base
Spurs
Andrews
hat with that
yesterday.
logo on it.
Here's
And
Fox's
the
Chandler
problem is the
Painter.
reason why I don't wear it, it's one of those flat build ones where you can't, and I've been trying to bend it for years and it just doesn't bend right for me, so I don't wear it.
You know what's cool now is that they sell the low profile
Yes.
hats.
Those are my favorites.
Those are my favorites. 'Cause it's like the ball player made hats. They already have the curve in there. I really enjoy it.
See, like this one, my wife, when she went to South Dakota, I told her, bring me a Crazy Horse hat. And she says, what kind? I said, as long as it's not a tall, I like short brim, short, what do you call them?
Short,
There they will also
Short
get a
hats. I don't
hood
like the
tag and also
trucker.
tie
Yeah,
to
the trucker thing. And she said, well, I got one. I think
their
it's kind of trucker. I said, no, this is
The
fine
3
back here. I don't mind
Americans were greeted by
the mesh.
President
I just
Biden
don't
and
like
Vice
them
President
high.
I call
Kamala
those
Harris
the
upon their
Yeah,
arrival.
see, exactly.
So
And
when I- again,
BAMC is the
last
routine
place, we gave away a
destination
bunch
for
of hats and
Americans who
stuff,
re-enter
and
the
we'd always
U.S.
have
after being
extra
held
different
overseas.
tea places and stuff. So if you're ever looking for agricultural hats,
As our
Dude, I
Decision
am a hat
2024
freak,
coverage
man. I take any
continues,
hat
GOP
all the
VP
time.
candidate and
All right, you need to
Ohio
talk to
Senator
Boss.
J.D.
You
Vance
start getting OAI
visited
hats.
the southern border of
I've got a
Arizona
couple.
yesterday.
The OAI, because that's not what I
President Harris
We
is
need to get
responsible
I
for
like the
many
retro
issues
look of the
impacting
old
Yeah.
logo that we
Yep.
had.
because
You
of
know, I
policies
think
she took on
lean harder
since she
into
and
it.
President
I'm
Biden
with
took
you on that
office.
one, man.
They stopped deportations.
I
On day
dig
one.
hats,
They
man. I'm a
stopped
hat guy.
construction of
The
the
fun
border wall on
part
day
is
one.
every
We see the border
I'll
wall sitting here,
take the
ready to
curtain
be
back a little
completed
bit.
behind
We do
us,
this playlist.
and that can't happen because of Kamala
Sure.
Harris's
So
administration.
most of the
And
time,
many
I'm just
Democrats
pulling, like,
argue
the
Harris was
MP3s
never placed
Yeah.
in
these
charge
songs,
of the
but
border
when we
as
did the
border
MTV
czar.
one, I told you
Former
this morning,
President
Tim,
Trump's
that we went
campaign
and I
pulled
went
in
and watched all of the
$139
different.
It
million
took you back, didn't
last
it?
Oh, it was
month,
great.
and that's
It was so much fun. It was so
$327
much
million
fun going back
on
and like,
hand.
because again, we're
On the
watching
other
the
side,
best of
his
the best.
Democratic
The best of the
rival
best.
is the White House.
And you did a
Kamala
great job at
Harris's
pulling what I
campaign
think
has
is the best of the best.
raised
I think
$310
so
million.
too. I think so too.
Except for that
biggest
Cure song. I don't know where that
grassroots
came from.
fundraising effort and presidential
That's just me, though.
campaign
I'm not a big Cure
history.
fan. It's
Two-thirds of that
okay.
total
It's okay.
came from
Don't hate
first-time
him.
Edward
donors.
Scissorhands
That leaves the
actually.
You know,
campaign
I was
with
thank you for that line, by the way. I stole that line from
$377
Andrew this morning, by the way.
and the money
I'm a good
does
writer.
not include
Good-
Yeah,
what
you're a
goes
good writer.
for
Good
the
writer.
Biden
It's good.
campaign
It's good.
after the
Yes,
president
to the
dropped
people.
out of the
This is
race.
Andrew. So
The Trump
Andrew, wave
campaign
to
is
people.
asking the FEC
You want to say
to
hi,
review
people?
the
Charlie
finances,
Parker
arguing
can.
the money
Actually,
Actually, no,
transfer
you're
is a
on
massive
that
Oh,
camera
am I?
right there.
I
Yeah,
get
we
this
got a
violation.
close up right now.
Perfect.
Meantime,
See, look,
Trump's bid
that's what you
in
are
the
right
gag
there. That's what
order
we're seeing.
imposed by a New
Cool.
York City
Yeah.
judge
Why am I
in his
so
hush
big and
money
you're so
trial
small? Because
has
it's
been
completely
rejected by
opposite.
the
You
New
know,
York court.
I'm
A
small and you're
five-judge
big.
panel
I don't
in New York's
understand why it looks
mid-level
like that.
appeals court said no to former President Trump's request to lift a gag order in his hush money case. It was a rejection of his lawyer's
Kemper has
argument
to
that
get
since
to
Vice
work,
President
so let's
Kamala
say,
Harris
Kemper,
has entered the
drive safe to
presidential
work,
race,
have a
the
great
matter had a
weekend,
new
and we will catch up
urgency
with
as
you
she
on Monday.
positions herself as an ex-prosecutor taking on a quote
Listen
convicted
wherever you
felon.
can.
Appellate judges ruled
care
that
how you
trial
get it,
judge
just
Juan
listen.
Merchan was correct in extending parts of the order
Yeah,
until
so
the former president
any
is sentenced.
words of wisdom
He
for the
lifted
people
some of
watching?
the
We've
order's
got 8 people
restrictions
watching
in
right now.
June.
Sam,
The
SWAT
former
Cats,
president was convicted in May on
Jonathan,
34 felony counts,
Rooster, Kemper
and his
just went
original
away.
July sentencing
You
date
know
was
what? We
postponed
talk
until
about
September
the,
18th.
Red
In New York City,
on
Tanya J.
Fridays.
Powers,
Red Fridays.
The
Fox
way that
News.
Well,
you
heads up for
do it,
those traveling
wear
on the
red
northeast
tag
side.
OAI on
Text out
Instagram.
There you
plans
go.
to close
You'll
Loop
see that, and then we
1604
can
both
repost
eastbound
and you will
and
get much
westbound
more
at
followers
I-35
that
to
way.
install
100%.
Many, many more.
girders.
100%.
You will
Eastbound
go
and
viral,
westbound
people.
Go
exit ramps from
viral on
1604
social
to
media.
I-35
And you won't have to get a
will
shot
also be
for that.
closed
Tag
along
us,
the
and then
ramps
we
from
can repost
I-35
them, and
southbound to
that's the way to do it.
1604
See, that's why I
eastbound
bring you in here for
and from
wisdom like that.
I-35 northbound to
I would have
1604
never thought to
westbound.
say that.
The closure
Build-
started at 9 o'clock
build
tonight
our
and continue
media.
until 5
Yes,
a.m.
'cause
on
it's important.
Monday. Well,
tell
Olympic
where my
boxing
head's at all the
experience controversy.
I
Here's
know because he
Fox's
has
Joe
to deal with
Morgan.
the big guys on that one. I
Naim
don't. He
Khalif of
does.
Algeria defeated
Right,
Angela
like, hey,
Carini
so
of Italy
how many
after
how many
Carini
So,
quit
Andrew,
just
how come you're not
46
getting
seconds
that up,
into the
man?
match due to what she
Like,
said
you
was
know,
intense
Right now we
pain
have
in her nose
740
after taking a
subscribers
few
on the
opening
Yeah,
punches.
WA. That's pretty
The
good.
controversy
It's not bad.
revolves
You
around
go back,
Khalif,
a lot of
who was
people,
disqualified from the
again,
2023 World
they watched
Championships
the show
after
Which is
failing an
fine.
Which is
unspecified
fine,
gender
which is cool.
eligibility
I just
test.
it
The
always
boxing
throws me
unit
'cause,
and the
like,
IOC
we'll
released
leave
a
the
joint
show,
statement that
and, like,
read
maybe
in
we have
part, quote,
125
all athletes
views. You're
participating
like, all
in
right,
the
that's
boxing
a good
tournament of the
show
Olympic
for
Games
Friday.
Paris
Yeah.
And you come back
2024
on Monday and
comply
it's
with the
like,
competition's
Yeah.
over
eligibility
the
and
weekend,
entry
100 people went
regulations,
back and
Well, they
watched
as
just
well
can't.
as
It's
all
going to be more than that
applicable
when they
medical
find out you're
regulations
sitting in
set
there.
by the Paris
No,
2024
It's
boxing
going to
unit.
boost the numbers
As
through
with
the roof.
previous Olympic
Sure.
boxing competitions,
Sure.
the gender
Oh,
and
they had
age
the
of the
they had the
athletes
producer
are based
come
on
on.
their
Oh, I
passport.
gotta tune
Joe
in
Morgan,
now.
You know,
Fox News.
it's all
It is
about the producers,
6:06.
folks.
News at the
We're
top.
We're
and
just
bottom of
here.
every
You know?
hour, along
We're the
with
glue
breaking
guys.
news.
Yeah, we're
as
the
it
glue guys.
happens.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Charity McCurdy,
Andrew does
traffic and
everything.
We
weather
might not be
coming
Ken
up.
Duncan, but we sure as hell have Patty Mills.
Yes, exactly.
Come
Exactly.
off the bench.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. What the
Oh,
hell
you're-
am I doing
You're
here?
fine.
Oh, no.
It's the
Oh, Kamala, that's right.
yeah, it's 10.
Yeah. Vetting all the potential VP picks. I don't know why we're even thinking about this because we all know she's doing the announcement in Pennsylvania.
And you have the odds.
No, do you have the odds?
I was going to actually go pull them.
Why don't you do that?
Let me go find the.
Andrew's going to go away
the
now. He's
betting
going to go
app.
get busy. There we go. Andrew went to go get me some betting odds on the VP candidates, which I appreciate very much. All right, everybody. There's Charlie Parker. Guys, you're in for a treat. Coming up will be I think, one of the coolest videos ever on MTV, and it actually saved one band's career. I'll tell you about that coming right up. So don't go anywhere. Okay. Oh, okay, good. San Antonio's first news on this Red Friday, a finally Friday edition. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today. He would be back on Monday. Charlie Parker will be in a little bit later on this morning. And of course, it is Fridays, which means Fridays with Beamer coming up at 8:10 this morning. And we are talking about the prisoner swap. We're also talking about yesterday being the anniversary of MTV. We've got a playlist for you on this Playlist Friday, which is some of the best videos, songs from the videos played on MTV. And we're also asking you on the Talkback feature available on the free iHeartRadio app. Of all the Olympic sports out there, which one do you think you could do? We'll share some more of those with you coming right up. But right now, traffic and weather together. Partly cloudy, partly sunny today and hot. Highs near 100 degrees. Tomorrow, some sunshine and a few clouds and hot. Highs 100, 101, possibly 102. Sunday, sun and clouds mixed with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 80 degrees in Von Ormy, 80 degrees in Helotes, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:11. Just waiting for Aerosmith. That is Walk This Way, Run DMC, and Aerosmith from April 3rd, 1986. I remember this because it was my birthday in 1986 when this video debuted on MTV.
Is it safe to say this was the song that revived Aerosmith's career? I feel like it, they kind of, I know they were popular earlier on in the 70s, but it seemed like that was the song that really launched them into pop music.
Actually, it saved their career. At the time, they had just come out of rehab because they were known as the Toxic Twins, and they had basically gone into oblivion. They hadn't done anything for a while, and their manager at the time, Tim Collins, got them in rehab, got them cleaned up, and hooked Run DMC up with Aerosmith, and this revived their career and made them what I think they would have probably just disappeared. Who knows?
I mean, what an unlikely mashup, but it worked. It really worked. Yeah.
Very well, it worked. All right, so that is from our playlist on this Friday. It's a Friday playlist, and MTV debuted yesterday, 43 years ago yesterday, I should say. So we're celebrating it today, and we'll have this with you all morning long. Of course, we're asking you on the Talkback feature available in the iHeartRadio app. Of all the Olympic sports, which one do you think you can do? I've got some of those. I'll share those with you coming right up. But Kamala Harris's campaign is vetting some potential candidates. And thank you to Andrew Zimmel has given me the betting odds for these VP candidates. Now, who do you think has the best odds of winning that nomination?
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Right now, a $260 bet on him would only win you $100.
Mm-hmm.
So it's minus 260. Who do you think the longest shot is?
Someone that's already said that they're not going to be in the race. Gretchen Whitmer.
No, Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
If you bet $100 on Pete Buttigieg and he actually ends up being the vice presidential candidate, you'll win $2,000.
Okay.
So that's a big one. Tim Walz is plus 900, which means if you bet $100, you would win $900. And then Mark Kelly is plus 700. That means a $100 bet would win you $700. And then Andy Bashir, or Andrew Bashir, he does like to be called Andy, is plus 650, meaning $100 would win you $650.
Well, we'll find out soon. I guess Tuesday is looking like when she's going to announce. They'll be in Philadelphia to kick off their swing state, tour.
Yeah, doesn't that kind of tell us who is it going to be? Doesn't it?
Kind of. Of course, the Harris campaign is like, don't read into it, but I don't know. He had to cancel, a planned vacation to be there. So I imagine it's, pretty important that he be there if he's going to indeed be the VP. I was thinking it was going to be more Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, but I guess it makes sense she would go with a governor over senator.
Well, I guess, but the fact that she's going to be in Philadelphia tells me it's going to be Josh Shapiro.
And, Pennsylvania is the biggest swing state on the map. So,
well, and if you remember, we were talking to our White House correspondent, John Decker, who will join us coming up at 6:40 to talk about something else. We were talking to him yesterday, and he thinks Arizona, another state that's important, could be what would happen could be one of the candidates that might pull through with this, and that would be your Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly.
Yeah.
So it could be. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to share some talkbacks with you. Available, how to get it on the iHeartRadio app. Once you get there, search 1200 WOAI. You'll see that circle with the microphone in it. Hit it. You got 30 seconds. of all the Olympic events going on out there, which one do you think you could do? And if you want to throw in what your favorite MTV video is, feel free to do that as well. WOEI News Time, 6:15. And Andrew Zimmel back in
We're
here
back.
again. And
So-
we're back.
Those long shot odds. Mayor Pete, I was kind of surprised by
Very surprised,
how
actually.
long of a shot he was. Tim Walz was going to be my pick, the governor of Minnesota. He has a 1-seat majority in Minnesota, and he's able to get a lot of progressive policy through. So I thought that was kind of like a no-brainer, Midwest. But you got to go with Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think it's a given, seeing as how she's going to be there.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. By the way, according to Jacob Hernandez, Cradle of Love by Billy Idol is a memorable video. It's a great video. If you get a chance, watch it.
Okay.
But do yourself a favor. Watch that Warrant Cherry Pie video. Trust me on that one. Bobby Brown is the name of the girl, and she is phenomenal.
So I know we like MTV, and I know we hate reality TV shows.
Mhm.
So, but did you ever watch The Bachelor? Bachelorette?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
So,
You know how many reality shows I've watched?
Zero?
Zero.
Okay.
Reality TV to me is NFL, NBA, MLB.
So let me set it up for you. They have a rose ceremony.
Okay.
Where they usually have like top 3, top 4, and then you get the rose, and whoever gets the rose gets to stay, and whoever doesn't leave.
Okay.
That is what Kamala Harris is doing
Oh, that would be
with
awesome.
these candidates right
Yeah.
now. Because everybody canceled their events. Nobody's doing anything this weekend. Shapiro's
She's got them holding on.
They're
She's
all
stringing them along like
Yes, they're all sitting by the phone waiting to get the phone call like, you will be the next vice president. That's what's happening.
Come
right
on
now.
down. I you know what? I just remembered I did watch one episode of Survivor with Charlie Parker when
Okay.
we were in Dallas for the Spurs Mavericks. We couldn't go anywhere until after it was the finale. So I had to stay in the hotel room with Charlie and watch.
See,
I hated it, by the way.
I'm
yes,
not a-
Jacob, it did kill MTV. The real world killed MTV.
Really?
I think so.
You think that's what it did?
Yes.
Not YouTube?
No, I don't think YouTube had anything to do with it. I think when they went to all these damn reality shows, they got some guy who thought, you know, it'd be a great idea. I think people are tired of these damn music videos. Let's start doing reality. And it just went to hell.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I don't know why they don't do more of the request stuff, because I think that would
Yeah,
like,
Total
kill.
Request Live was great.
I
man.
think a Total
Yeah.
Request live show would absolutely do gangbusters.
See, as a guy that worked in music radio, you
Mhm.
know, and people would call you up, you know, I worked overnights, they call you up wanting to hear a song, you know, and if
Oh,
you
yeah.
played that song for them, they would remember you for the rest of their life,
Well,
man.
So there's that, and then there's also this part where like you have an entire generation, young millennials, early Gen Z, who didn't experience any of
I
that.
know.
So it'd be a whole new experience
That's
for them.
true. That's
So
true.
they would absolutely go to it because it'd be like a retro type
Sure.
of thing. I think it's a great idea. MTV, call
See,
me.
Tim's right. You know, YouTube wasn't around when MTV was good.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
So with YouTube, the rise of YouTube, do you think that
No,
hurt?
no, it didn't
No?
because they killed it before then. They got stupid way before YouTube came around.
You know who I blame for this? Jackass. Because here's
I
what
blame
happened.
Jackass for a lot of things.
So the TV show Jackass, everybody wanted to do those different,
Yes.
you know, and then now Ridiculousness is on 24/7, which is just
See, I see
YouTube
that. I see that on my guide, but yeah,
Don't watch it.
I
It's-
don't. I have
it's
no idea. Although
mind-numbing.
they did come here one time. The
Ridiculous?
little guy, and remember the big black guy? who
Yeah,
died?
yeah.
They were in at the other building. They came in for a mix one time. They were fun as hell, but yeah.
Oh, I imagine, but
no, thank you.
cheap show to make, and they just run it all the time.
Well, and then you remember Pumped.
Yeah.
With Ashton Kutcher. Is that considered reality TV? Because I did watch that. I did watch that because I remember when he punked Justin Timberlake was hilarious.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. The guy from Matchbox 20, the lead singer, Rob Thomas. They punked him good, man. Real good. Yes, they did. All right. Thank you, Andrew. That was Andrew Zimmel, everybody. Oh. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and we're going to hear from you on all the Olympic sports. Which one do you think you could do? We'll share those with you coming right up. Charity, what else is going on?
Well, 3 American citizens are in San Antonio after their release from captivity in Russia. Longer terms and higher pay for city officials may be on the November ballot. And Simone Biles is now the most decorated U.S. Olympic gymnast in history with 8 Olympic medals. We'll have details coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today and hot. Highs in the upper 90s, near 100. Tomorrow, sunshine and some clouds and hot. Highs 100, 101, possibly 102. Sunday, a mixture of clouds and sun with a slight chance of a thunderstorm in the afternoon and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 79 degrees at Fort Sam, Houston, 80 in China Grove, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 623. The Beastie Boys with Sabotage from 1994 on this Playlist Friday, the MTV playlist as we're calling it, because yesterday was the 43rd anniversary of MTV when they signed on in 1981. And so we had Andrew pull some songs from the videos.
That's a good one. It really is.
It was a good video.
It was. They were in their like 70s police detective gear. They had way too much fun making that video.
They had a lot of fun anyway. Anytime they did anything, they had a lot of fun. And I remember when they first came out, I was not a big fan, but they grew on me.
Really? You weren't a fan? Like, Fight for Your Right to Party? No Sleep Till Brooklyn?
No Sleep Till Brooklyn is maybe what did it for me.
Paul Revere?
Paul Revere was good.
Okay.
Yeah. And like Intergalactic. Now, when they did it, that video for Intergalactic was really fun to watch.
Yeah.
It was fun to watch.
They were a great band.
All right. So we're taking your input via the TalkBack feature available on that iHeartRadio app. We're asking you, of all the Olympic sports, which one do you think you can do? Let's go to South Austin.
Appreciate your early morning rise and shine show because I got to be at work very early. My favorite MTV video was Dire Straits, if I'm right. I want my MTV. That's the way you do it, guys. From South Austin. Sure.
That was a good one, Dire Straits, yeah.
That was a really good one. That was a really good one.
The lyrics were a little controversial, I recall.
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah. And I think if you listen to it now, if it's ever played on the radio, they've taken out that one verse.
Okay.
They've changed it, which bothers me. Because, I mean, why would you edit a song like that? I mean, if you don't want to hear it, don't listen. That's just the way I think about it.
Well, if you want to hear most of the song, otherwise it wouldn't be played on the radio.
That's
if they
true.
left
That's
it in.
true.
So.
All right, let's go out to McQueenie, Texas.
This is Will from McQueenie, Texas. I think I can carry that torch into the opening ceremonies. If Snoop Dogg can do it, I think I can too. Y'all have a great day.
Which, by the way, I was not a big fan of Snoop Dogg being in the Olympics, but now he's starting to grow. I mean, he's the biggest fan they got.
I knew that it would work well. It seems like whoever you pair him with,
He's good.
it's just comedy. You
Yes.
know, he just off the cuff remarks.
And he's just happy to be there, it seems like.
He's a likable guy.
He is a likable guy. All right, coming up at 6:40, it's being called the most complicated prisoner exchange in history. We'll get the details from White House correspondent John Decker when he joins us coming up at 6:40. WOAI News Time, 6:26. White Snake, yes, with Tawny Gatane. That's a good one too, man. Yeah, here I go again when she's on the front of that Jaguar. Although if you see her now, she don't look anything like that.
Yeah.
Oh, she did not age well at all. Let's see, the couch potato competition. I could do that. I could do that very well. All right, I think we're good here, everybody. Good morning, Louie. Welcome aboard. 10 people watching right now. It is. All right, you're going to enjoy Charity McCurdy's news. I'm going to go outside and check the weather and get ready for John Decker coming right up. Enjoy, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans who were part of the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange are now in San Antonio, and a big change for those thin plastic grocery store bags. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. A Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and 2 other Americans have arrived back to the U.S. after being detained in Russia. President Biden and Vice President Harris greeted the freed Americans when they touched down at Joint Base Andrews last night. President Biden shared how he felt about the release.
To me, this is about the essence of who we are as a country. It really is about personal relationships. It's about family. It's about being able to have access to your own, the people you love and you adore. Imagine how you'd all feel if you were being held captive unfairly.
And Marine veteran Paul Whelan shared why he was arrested in the first place.
The FSB grabbed me, said I was a spy. I'm apparently a general in the Army, a secret agent for DIA. This is the nonsense narrative they came up with, and they wouldn't let it go.
The 3 former prisoners touched down in San Antonio overnight and are now being medically evaluated at BAMC. Meantime, political figures are reacting to the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange.
In a statement over the release of wrongfully detained Americans, former President Bill Clinton says he is deeply grateful for the Biden administration's tremendous diplomatic efforts. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries echoing this, adding, "We will never let Putin win." House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it encouraging news, adding their unjust captivity will be an enduring reminder of the Russian government's longstanding fear of free people and the free press. 4 U.S. residents were released from prison in Russia as part of the exchange, including Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and U.S. Marine veteran Paul Whelan, both wrongfully sentenced for espionage. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Celebration of life services were held yesterday in Houston for Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who died last month at the age of 74. Vice President Kamala Harris spoke during the service.
Sheila Jackson Lee understood the privilege and obligation and nobility of public service. And through her service, she did untold good.
Jackson Lee had served as representative for Texas's 18th congressional district from 1995 until her death last month. GOP VP Ohio Senator J.D. Vance visited the southern border in Arizona yesterday and asked border agents if Vice President Kamala Harris has done anything to secure the border or help them do their job.
Every time I ask these guys, and I even asked, Brandon, Paul, let's play devil's advocate here. Tell me, has Kamala Harris done anything you've asked her to do? She is the border czar. Has your border czar done anything you've asked her to do? And the answer is no.
Many Democrats, however, insist Harris was never placed in charge of the border or named the border czar. The National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on a storm system in the Atlantic that could develop into Tropical Storm Debbie. Forecasters say the system is currently producing thunderstorms over Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands and could threaten the U.S. mainland as early as this weekend. AccuWeather says the storm is headed for the eastern Gulf Coast and is warning coastal residents from Florida to Louisiana to be ready. Well, a change in San Antonio's recycling policy means you can no longer put those white plastic bags in your blue cart.
The new policy went into effect yesterday. Single-use plastic bags, such as those from retail stores, can no longer go in your recycling cart. The ban covers not only grocery bags, but also produce bags and dry cleaning bags. The city says every other big city refuses to take single-use plastic bags in their recycling carts because the bags become entangled with more recyclable hard plastics and recycling machinery. The bags can go in your brown trash cart, or you can drop them off at retailers that recycle plastic bags. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio City Council is expected to vote next week to place longer terms and higher pay for themselves on the November ballot. After yesterday's discussion, it's still not clear how to handle the transition from 2-year to 4-year terms or how much the pay raises will be. A pay raise for the mayor's office is also under discussion. The salaries for council members and the mayor have been unchanged since 2015. Well, 26 states, including Texas, have filed lawsuits lawsuit challenging new Title IX rules that add protections for transgender students. Fox's Chanley Painter explains why.
In those 26 states, federal judges have now blocked the enforcement of the new rules while the lawsuits play out. But in the remaining 24 states, schools and colleges must now begin enforcing protections for transgender students. Title IX, enacted 50 years ago, prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in federally funded institutions. But in April, the Department of Education expanded the regulation to include protections for LGBTQ plus students, leading to some half dozen federal lawsuits challenging the department's authority to do so. Opponents say these new rules give men access to women's bathrooms and locker rooms, allow men to take scholarship money away from women.
Well, the U.S. Justice Department says Texas routinely violated the civil rights of juveniles at 5 of its detention facilities. The department says an investigation showed Texas used excessive force, failed to protect children from sexual abuse, and also discriminated against kids with disabilities.
Practices that are damaging to the children and also increase, not decrease, the odds that the kids will act out and develop more severe behavioral issues.
U.S. Attorney Leah Simonton says the investigations into the state's alleged failures began in October of 2021. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, and breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on this Finally Friday edition, a Red Friday edition. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out today. He'll be back on Monday. It's being called the most complicated prisoner exchange in history. We welcome in White House correspondent John Decker. John, first things first, thank you for jumping on with us last second yesterday. Appreciate that. Why is this being called the most complicated prisoner exchange in history? What got into that?
Well, the most complicated because it involves 7 different countries. Typically these prisoner exchanges are just, one country dealing with another. Usually it's the United States dealing with Russia. This expanded. This expanded months ago. So you had a number of individuals wrongfully detained in Russia from many different countries, and Russia for its part, wanted a number of individuals back. These were bad people. These were people serving prison time for, in some cases, assassination on foreign soil. So, in any case, 4 Americans were part of this deal, 3 of whom now back on American soil. They arrived just after midnight last night at Andrews Air Force Base, greeted by President Biden and Vice President Harris, and so happy for those individuals now back home in America, back with their families.
And yeah, John, they're actually here in San Antonio being medically evaluated at Brooke Army Medical Center. And, you know, as far as U.S.-Russia relations, I mean, presumably it's still in a very difficult place, and this prisoner swap doesn't change that.
Well, that's right. You know, the conversations that were taking place were not at the highest level. In other words, President Biden was not negotiating directly with President Putin. They were at lower levels. That being said, it does not change things in terms of the way that the U.S. views Russia, the way the U.S. views Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This was a compartmentalized issue entirely that dealt with trying to win the release of a number of individuals, including Paul Whelan, a former U.S. Marine sentenced to 16 years, falsely accused of spying, actually served 6 years of that 16-year sentence. And Evan Gershkovich, he too sentenced 16 years, falsely accused of spying. That happened recently. But for both of those individuals, you could see when they landed at Andrews, you've seen the video, you know, smiles so broad on their faces, knowing that they're now back in America, enjoying freedom, back with their families. And again, what a great moment. What a joyous moment for everybody.
And as a journalist, I imagine you can appreciate this. Gershkovich wrote to Russian leader Vladimir Putin right after he was released to ask for an interview.
Yeah, I love that. That's pretty awesome, right?
Yeah.
Here I am, American. I am a journalist, and I'd like to interview you. I think that's great. That tells you a lot about him, about his character. And, you know, one of the things that was so striking to me about every time we saw Evan Gershkovich in that glass cell in that courtroom, you've seen that before. Oh, yeah. He always, you know, had this demeanor in which he didn't seem scared, didn't give that impression, just calm. And that, you know, that sense of zen that he felt was just remarkable. I mean, putting yourself in that situation, the way you and I were being in a Russian prison cell and facing the prospect of 16 years in prison, I certainly wouldn't be calm like Evan was. Pretty remarkable.
And John, do we still have a sense of how many Americans are still being held in Russian prisons?
Well, there are still some. And you know, what was asked yesterday of the National Security Advisor Charity was the efforts that the U.S. is undertaking to get their release as well. And those efforts continue. I think that the idea here is to clean the slate, to make sure that every American wrongfully detained in a Russian prison comes home to America, like those 4 Americans who were released yesterday as part of this deal. And, you know, that means that, you know, the work continues for those that were involved in this process. Those people, particularly over at the State Department, they've been working tirelessly to get to the point that we saw yesterday.
You say they were working tireless. Just how long were they working on this? I know that President Biden, when he announced that afternoon that he was dropping out of the race, had been working on this prior to that.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, that same day, you know, he's dealing with COVID. He's on the phone with the Slovenian prime minister because they were a part of this prisoner exchange as well. But, you know, this goes back 2 years. Wow. You know, initially it was supposed to be just what typical prisoner exchanges are, you know, the U.S. dealing one-on-one with Russia. But then over the course of the past year, it, you know, broadened. So it involved other countries as well. And the reason being is because of what Russia was saying. Russia was saying, look, we have our citizens in this prison cell in Slovenia. We have another individual in this prison cell in Germany. And that's the reason why it widened so much.
Appreciate it, as always. The best in the business, White House correspondent John Decker. Coming up next, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. And we're back. How's everybody? Connie, good morning. That's a good question, Tim. I wonder if they will get compensation. I wish I'd have seen that before we finished up with John Decker. My bad on that. Charlie Parker is in the building. He should be in probably in the 7 o'clock. I don't know. He could show up here in the next 2 minutes. Who knows? But he is in the building. I saw him going to the coffee pot, so I know he is here. Oh, Connie, I didn't know you were having treatment yesterday. I hope everything went well. And happy Red Friday. Yeah, Michael Hernandez, I love the Whitesnake video. I'm a big Whitesnake fan. I am probably one of the few here in this building. I know Charlie Parker doesn't like him, but I do. Seen him many, many times. Big fan. Tim, they do not have a couch potato event yet, but hey, they let break dancing in, so maybe couch potatoes next. Oh, sorry, I just read what he said. Connie, how was your treatment yesterday? Okay. I'm glad you didn't have a treatment yesterday then, Connie. That means nothing's wrong with you. I like that.
The cash and flexibility you need while you stay in the home you love. Visit EasyNote.com now to start on your path to financial freedom.
No worries. I like that. No. Yes, chemo is very invasive, Connie. Very.
Here are some of the stories we're following for you. 3 Americans have been released as part of a multi-country prisoner swap with Russia, and they're now in San Antonio being medically evaluated at BAMC. A Texas congressman is calling out Homeland Security over the surge in crime from Venezuelan illegal migrants. And single-use plastic bags are no longer allowed in San Antonio's blue recycling bins. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today and hot. Highs in the upper 90s, right around 100. Tomorrow, sunshine with a few clouds and hot. Highs forecast 100, 101. Sunday, some clouds and sun with a slight chance of a thunderstorm in the afternoon and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. 80 degrees in Castroville, 80 in Helotes, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55. I just love to say, aha. 1985, Take on Me, which might be one of the most inventive videos ever made.
It was epic. And it's always that ending scene where
Yes.
he's out of the comic book slamming himself against the hallway walls, and falls to the ground and looks up. He's like covered in sweat. And I think to myself, he needs to take a shower immediately.
He does. All right, we've been asking you all morning long on our Talkback feature available on the free iHeartRadio app. Of all the Olympic sports, which one do you think you can do? And what would a Talkback be without hearing from our good friend Belle?
Hey, good morning, crew. It's me, Belle. And Friday, hooah to y'all. Okay, MTV. It's going to be Police, one of my favorites. Police, Every Breath You Take. Journey, Don't Stop Believing. And I think I'd be pretty good at the equestrian. I love horses, so I think I'd be pretty good at it, especially if you got Kevin Hart and Snoop Dogg commenting on it. Oh, my gosh. They're so freaking funny. I think I'd be great at it either way. Love y'all. Bye.
Thank you, Belle. And I have to say, the police, every breath you take, does that not remind you of a stalker?
Just a little. And my sister was obsessed with that song. She loved it so much back when we had cassette tapes where she would hit rewind and know it, had it down to the second when to hit stop and play. Like that's how much she loved that song.
Now, did she by any chance become a stalker?
No,
okay,
she
good.
did not.
'Cause I thought maybe that would influence her. I don't know.
That was like the ultimate love song to her, and she was obsessed with Sting. So,
well, my wife is obsessed with Sting also. So
he ages like a fine wine. So
it gets bitter and turns into vinegar. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's better with age. Yeah.
All right, let's go out to Bandera, Texas.
Good morning, San Antonio's First News. This is Santos from Bandera. I think the Olympic sport I could do is archery. But my favorite MTV video goes like this. I'm just a gigolo, and everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing. Happy Friday.
Diamond Dave.
Diamond Dave.
Yeah.
Now, the Van Halen videos, when they first came out, when they first started in Jump, not that wasn't their first album, but the Jump video, I actually didn't mind.
They were awesome just because, he's in spandex and he's just so hyper and in your face. It worked.
And he could jump pretty high and do some roundhouse kicks. And, that was back when he could do all that stuff.
When you think of the MTV era, back in the 80s, Diamond Dave is definitely at the top of the list.
Diamond Dave. And the solo album wasn't too bad. And his videos were pretty good. And like I said, Hot for Teacher, great video.
Mm-hmm.
Great video. Great video. All right. What's going on this weekend? We welcome in Jenny James from Q1019 with her What's Going On This Weekend Happenings. I say that, then it doesn't work.
The 30th Annual San Antonio Film Festival is going on at multiple locations through Sunday. You can learn more at safilm.com. Coco Melon Party Time will be held at the Grand Hyatt San Antonio Riverwalk through Sunday. Saturday night, Legends of Hip Hop with Ice Cube, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Juvenile, and more will be at Frostbank Center. Niall Horan is at the Moody Center in Austin, and Joe Rogan is at the Majestic Theater. He is recording his show live. If you're not out at the show, you can watch it on Netflix. Sunday, Rain, a tribute to the Beatles, is at the Majestic Theater. On Saturday, look for many back-to-school giveaways at Lockwood Park, Harlandale Memorial Stadium, Monte Viejo Park, Monterey Park Pool, and Traders Village. In sports, the Missions play against the Frisco Rough Riders at home. Tonight is Hawaiian shirt giveaway night. Tomorrow is Goodwill Donation Day, and Sunday is Military Appreciation Day. San Antonio FC going up against FC Tulsa at home on Saturday night at 8. And the Big Three, the 3-on-3 Basketball League, is at the Frostbank Center Saturday afternoon at 2. I hope you have a great weekend. I'm Jenny James from Q1019 for News Radio 1200 WOAI.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's First News. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans released from a Russian prison are now in San Antonio, and City Council could soon see a pay raise. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, 3 Americans are back on U.S. soil after a months-long process to swap Russian prisoners for their release. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
The largest prisoner exchange with Russia since the Cold War, leading to the release of Paul Whelan and Ivan Gerskovich, was months in the making.
And most of the time, as you can imagine, those are tough conversations. But not today. Today, excuse me. Today was a very good day.
White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan choking up as he described conversations with the families of detained Americans. U.S. officials had hoped to include former Kremlin opposition leader Alexei Navalny in the swap before his death in Russian custody earlier this year. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden, along with Vice President Harris, greeted them as they arrived in Maryland last night.
This is about the essence of who we are as a country. It really is about personal relationships. It's about family. It's about being able to have access to your own, the people you love and you adore.
The ex-prisoners and their families are now in San Antonio, where the three will be medically evaluated at Brooke Army Medical Center. They arrived around 3:10 this morning. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, Vice President Kamala Harris is continuing to take advantage of the momentum since announcing her bid for the White House. Here's Fox's Peter Ducey.
We should learn very soon who J.D. Vance will eventually debate. Harris staffers are telling us that by Tuesday in Philly, she will be sharing a stage with a running mate. A law firm run by former Attorney General Eric Holder is apparently done vetting the finalists, who Harris now needs to meet with in person. Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro is canceling planned weekend fundraisers in the Hamptons this weekend, according to CNN. Andy Bashir also reportedly canceling some events this weekend, too. It's up to Harris to figure out who helps her win. A crowd went wild in Texas yesterday when she accidentally called herself the president at a funeral.
Well, some of the top contenders for her running mate pick are Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. GOP VP candidate and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance visited the southern border in Arizona yesterday and told reporters Kamala Harris is responsible for many issues impacting the border because of the policies she took since she and President Biden took office.
They stopped deportations on day one. They stopped construction of the border wall on day one. We see the border wall sitting here, ready to be completed behind us, and that can't happen because of Kamala Harris's administration.
Many Democrats argue Vice President Harris was never placed in charge of the border, as borders are. Well, get ready. More traffic headaches are in store for drivers this weekend.
TxDOT's announcing road closures. Starting tonight at 9 p.m., Loop 1604 east and westbound will be closed at I-10 so steel girders can be installed. The eastbound and westbound exit ramps from 1604 to I-10 will be closed. This impacts I-35 as well. The eastbound and westbound exit ramps from 1604 to I-35 will be closed, along with the ramps from I-35 southbound to 1604 eastbound and from I-35 northbound to 1604 westbound. The closures will run through 5 a.m. Monday morning. Police will direct traffic, but drivers are advised to avoid the area. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio City Council is expected to vote next week to place longer terms and higher pay for themselves on the November ballot. After yesterday's meeting, it's still not clear how to handle the transition from 2-year to 4-year terms or how much the pay raises will be. A pay raise for the mayor's office is also under discussion. The salaries for council members and the mayor have been unchanged since 2015. Despite failing a gender test with the International Boxing Association, Algerian boxer Iman Khalif was approved to compete in the Paris Olympics, sparking a major controversy. Here's Fox's Greg Palkett.
It was a very one-sided fight with Italian Angela Carini. After just 46 seconds and several sharp punches to the head, Carini abandoned the match, saying it was unfair and declaring she had never felt such strong blows in a contest before. Khalif has competed in other international tournaments, including the Olympics, but was banned last year due to, according to officials, elevated levels of testosterone. Algerian sports officials called the charges against Khalif baseless, but others have raised concerns about the health of opposing athletes when, according to one, a man fights a woman.
Meantime, for the 6th straight Olympics, an American has won the gold medal in the women's gymnastics individual all-around competition. Simone Biles' floor routine helped her win her 2nd gold medal in the event, while American teammate Suni Lee won the bronze. Biles said she's thrilled about her gold medal win.
It's just insane. It's crazy. It all paid off, and I couldn't be more excited for how the night played out.
The 27-year-old Biles of Spring, Texas, is now the most decorated U.S. Olympic gymnast in history with 8 Olympic medals. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on this Finally Friday edition. It's also a Red Friday. That's right. We're wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. You can join us. Put something red on, snap a picture, post it on our socials, and we will share it with the world. Coming up, Mike Opelka makes his daily visit from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. But right after traffic and weather together, in our Wait Till You Hear This segment, we're heading over to Paris and taking a tour of the Louvre with Snoop Dogg. Here's traffic and weather.
Your Weather Channel weekend forecast. Partly cloudy, mostly sunny today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. Look for highs around 100 degrees today and tomorrow. 97 on Sunday. Sunday also brings a slight chance of some afternoon storms. 74 in Kerrville, 79 in New Braunfels, 80 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
From 1982, Duran Duran, Hungry Like a Wolf on this playlist Friday. Yesterday was the 43rd anniversary of the starting of MTV, so we're celebrating it today. And look, Duran Duran had great videos because they had hot chicks.
Again, a common theme of 80s videos. And I remember at one point, it was much later on, I was listening to the song on the radio, and you can hear a woman moaning in the background of the song. And
you ever hear Je t'aime, mon oubli?
I'm sorry?
By that French kid by Jane Birkin?
No.
Came out in the 60s?
No.
that was like watching porn, listening to it. Yeah, you talk about moaning and groaning and stuff. Yeah, Je t'aime, mon oubli.
I don't know what that means.
By Jane
Can we
Birkin.
safely say that on the radio?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
you can.
good.
Yeah.
And wasn't there like a Donna Summer song too, where she was
Love to Love You, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was,
And she was moaning in there too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
Tried not to listen to Donna Summer if I didn't have to.
Come on, when you were at Burgundy Woods on the dance floor, come on, you would listen to some-
I went to Burgundy Woods when it closed up at night and cruised the parking lot, put on the attire that was needed, and I had Bee Gees going on the 8-track, and that was it. That was as close as I got to going inside Burgundy Woods.
cruise the parking lot.
Well,
Wow.
that's all you had to do.
To
The
pick up the
disco-
chicks? That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, that disco
really?
era, man.
Oh, yeah.
Women were
It was
loose.
the 70s, yeah. So
Yeah.
everybody was loose in the 70s.
Yeah.
There you
Wow.
go. All right, it comes to that time of the show. We like to call it Wait Till You Hear This. We span the globe to bring that constant variety of audio. Today, we head over to Paris and take a tour of the Louvre with Snoop Dogg. Here is today's Wait Till You Hear This.
You ever seen Night in the Museum? Well, tonight, you get to go in the museum with Snoop Dogg, and we're finna be snooping around. Just found out I was Mona Lisa's twin brother, Tony Lisa. Let me walk over here and see if you're looking at me. Okay, I like that. That was hard. And she smiled real hard when I stand on this side. Can we see more? Is that somebody's head getting chopped off?
We have to get real close to this masterpiece.
That was made 2,000 years ago.
2,200 years ago.
I love this. This is beautiful.
One of the wings has been nipped and tucked. Can you see which one's the original, which one's the fake if you compare?
Let me see. I would have to say that is not the original. That is the original.
Bravo!
Got it?
Bravo.
Knew it. There's two ladies in the bed. One of them flying away.
That's not a lady.
That ain't a lady?
Look carefully.
That's a man.
He's the god of love, Cupid.
Cupid, I know, but somebody I knew.
The cap that this woman is wearing is called the revolutionary cap.
She got on what I got on right now.
You're wearing your revolutionary cap, Snoop Dogg.
The revolution will be televised.
Snoop Dogg does it like no other. I love me some Snoop Dogg.
Actually, the revolution will not be televised.
It will
This is
not.
the song. Yeah,
Yeah.
So I don't know what he was doing there.
He was having fun. He's
He
being
got
Snoop
mixed
Dogg.
up.
He's being
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
He's being Snoop Dogg. I mean, come on, who else gets a private tour of the Louvre other than Snoop Dogg?
Yeah. I mean, he's just making a fortune, having fun. I mean, that's the dream right there.
Amen. I mean, look, he's the biggest fan of everybody at the Olympics.
Well,
the
he's
USA.
very knowledgeable about
Yes, he
the
is.
events that are going on. He's not just there, for comedic value. He's doing a pretty decent job.
I saw him talking about the judo, doing commentary of the judo when he was there, and he knew more than Lester Holt, who was sitting right next to him, did. That's for sure. Lester
Well,
goes,
Lester
"What?"
had his eyes on, some prisoner exchanges.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. But he goes, "Hey, you really know what's going on here?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, yeah, I'm Snoop D-O-double-G." He knows what he's doing.
He gets people dancing in
Yes.
the stands. I mean, it's just amazing the reaction he's able to generate.
I was watching the beach volleyball when he was leading cheers in the stands with everybody, and he had everybody up and going. He's good, man. I really didn't think it was going to work like it is, and they're doing a really good job by not oversaturating us with Snoop Dogg, but letting him be himself.
Yeah. I could use some more Colin Jost in Tahiti
Well,
myself.
I could use some more Tahiti. I mean, it's beautiful over there.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, but man, those waves scare the heck out of me.
Well, it depends. I mean, you got to you don't realize that surfing isn't you just roll out there on your board and get a wave. I mean, sometimes you're out there 10, 15 minutes waiting on a decent wave.
Yeah, and see when you're in Tahiti, a decent wave for them is 30 feet tall, so those small ones are only 15 to 20.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way I would not go in that water. It would kill me.
Charlie, are you ready for track and field today?
You better believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I just hope Noah Lyles and the girl with the fingernails lives up to their billing.
Shakari Richardson.
Yeah, that's her name.
Yeah.
I get my Shikaris and
Yeah, there's a lot of
Shikuis and-
Shikaris that you can mix those up.
Get them mixed up.
Not to mention, we got Wimby playing at 2:00 this afternoon against Germany, France and Germany this afternoon. I'll be watching that because, the wife, she makes me watch all the basketball.
2:00. I haven't even thought that far ahead.
Oh, I
today.
have. I've planned my day all the way out so far. All right, coming up, Mike Opelka makes his daily visit from the Pure Opelka podcast, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Then coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast makes his daily visit, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Charity, what else is going on?
Well, a plane with freed American prisoners from Russia touched down on U.S. soil, and the 3 are now in San Antonio. Single-use plastic bags are no longer accepted in San Antonio recycling bins, and Northeast ISD is making changes to its emergency response team. We'll have the details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel weekend forecast: hot, hotter, and then hot again on Sunday. Sunday also brings with it a chance of thunderstorms. Not likely, but, a chance is better than no chance. 75 in Bernie, 75 in Buda, 80 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 721.
You hear that music, you know it's time for our visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Mike, first things first, Friday Luya to you.
Oh, Friday Luya to you and everybody. We really needed this one.
And I know there's some happy people here in San Antonio right now. Those Americans that are free from Russia are now in the San Antonio at BAMC.
Yeah, I think this is really a day that we have to say, God bless America and God bless a country that'll fight to get its people back. It was quite an emotional meeting on the tarmac yesterday, but there was also something really weird, and I don't see too many people talking about it. Did you see the video after the uniting when Biden wandered away and got on the plane for a few minutes?
Yes, I did.
Nobody's explaining that. Anybody? Has anybody said what the heck was going on?
Well, we know what was going on, and nobody's going to explain it to us.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to call attention to it. He thought he was getting ready to go somewhere. And I'm not trying to be Fox News here and make fun of the president. I'm just saying that's the situation.
Yeah, this is the reality, Charlie. You're right. He also said on that same tarmac that we're stuck with him for the next 90 days or so. And no one's talking about that. So it is pretty apparent.
And Mike, this prisoner exchange is clearly supposed to be framed as a win for Joe Biden, but should we give anyone else credit for this? Perhaps Tucker Carlson.
Well, yeah, Tucker asked for the release long ago. It is a win. And, sometimes getting the credit is the biggest thing that's out there because everybody wants to take the credit. Tucker asked about it. A lot of people asked about it. At the end of the day, we still have a guy named Fogel, a teacher, who's still being held in Russia for having the same problem that Brittany Griner had. He had marijuana on him. And that guy, no discussion about him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention to the Olympics. The U.S. men's rowing gets a gold medal, ends a 64-year drought.
Yeah, nice to see that happen.
Yeah.
I had no idea that we had a 64-year drought in rowing. It's good to see. Also, looking at the total count, that pushed us up near China. We now have 9 golds. China still has 12, but overall we have 39 medals. So we got a lot of medals. We just need to close that gold medal gap. And I think that'll happen now that we're doing some running and jumping and stuff.
Let's go back to the prisoner swap for a moment. I'm not trying to minimize the situation, and I'm not being flippant, but it was almost like an NBA trade. You got like 7 people, 24 countries involved. Germany gets this, the United States gets that, Russia gets this. But I want to ask you, if anybody can answer this, it's you. I want to ask the question that a lot of people are thinking, but nobody is asking. Why do we care if we give Russia back a murderer, if we get our prisoners back in exchange? Why don't these just take place more often?
Well, I don't know why they don't take place more often, Charlie. It's a delicate situation. You want your Americans to come home. Everybody does. And I don't think you're being flippant at all. The guy we gave back murdered somebody in broad daylight on the streets of Germany. And we have a couple of reporters, and a former Marine who was working at a embassy in Russia. And so the trade does seem to be quite not in balance, but it's about getting them home, I guess. Is it about getting the win at the end of the day? I understand the outrage about handing the murderer back to Putin, but I'm also happy we got our people home. There's another thing that bothers me here, Charlie. Back in 1986, Senator Joe Biden said you should never negotiate with these people. We should never do this. And now he's evolved, I guess, all these years later. I'm happy they're home. I also want justice, and I think it's a bad example every time we turn over murderers. Could economic things have done this? Donald Trump said he never would have traded people. 2 of the 3 who we got back yesterday happened on Joe Biden's watch. And maybe that's why he was pushing to get them back at any cost.
And Mike, you got your eyes on the presidential polls, and it looks like things are starting to align for Kamala Harris. What do you think this means for the Trump campaign moving forward?
I think they have to focus on policies and charity. I think that's the really important thing. And when Donald Trump does that, he seems to get more solid, middle of the ground voters underneath him or behind him. And I think that's what you're going to see. I thought J.D. Vance did a good job of arguing his case at the border yesterday. And I think you'll see more of that. Trump was on with Maria Bartiromo this morning talking policy, and staying out of the personal stuff.
Appreciate it. As always, have a great weekend. That is Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. You can catch him each and every weekday morning at this time. WOAI News Time, 726.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans who were part of the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange are now in San Antonio, and a big change for those thin plastic grocery store bags. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, we're at 79 degrees. The Americans released during the prisoner swap are now starting their journey to recovery in San Antonio. Fox's Mike Tobin has more on that process from Fort Sam Houston.
Political prisoners and prisoners of war have been repatriating or reintegrating here since the end of the Vietnam War. Their reintegration happens in 3 phases. First, they call it recovery. There are preliminary psychological and medical evaluations done on them. That's the kind of thing that will start happening today. Second, involves more thorough debriefing and medical exams, as well as psychological exams. A third phase is the one we all look forward to for them, or are hoping for them, and that essentially they call it home base, and that's the reunion with their families when they're free to go now back on U.S. soil.
Pennsylvania Congressman Scott Perry says while he's relieved about the prisoner swap with Russia, he feels this will spark future American hostage taking by enemies of the U.S.
Essentially, we've traded journalists for murderers and thieves, and it's like trading a rifle for a spoon. I mean, these people should have never been taken hostage and prisoner in the first place, but this just emboldens Vladimir Putin.
The Americans' homecoming was part of the biggest prisoner swap between the U.S. and Russia in post-Soviet history. Celebration of life services were held yesterday in Houston, remembering Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who died last month at the age of 74. Vice President Kamala Harris spoke during the service.
Sheila Jackson Lee understood the privilege and obligation and nobility of public service. And through her service, she did untold good.
Former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton also spoke during the service. Jackson Lee had served as a representative for Texas's 18th congressional district from 1995 until her death last month. Well, a Texas congressman is calling out Homeland Security over the surge in crime from Venezuelan illegal migrants. Here's Jarrett Lewis.
Venezuela, under Nicolas Maduro, is not sending their best to the United States.
They were releasing the convicts, the criminals, the mentally ill into our southern border.
That has prompted U.S. Congressman Troy Nehls from Texas to send a third letter to Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas asking for some sort of explanation.
More Americans are dying as a result of his unwillingness and our borders, our Kamala Harris, from securing our southern border and keeping the American people safe.
Nehls says he has not received a response from any of his letters sent to Secretary Mayorkas. Jarrett Lewis, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
GOP VP candidate and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance visited the southern border in Arizona yesterday and told reporters Vice President Harris is responsible for many issues impacting the border because of the policies she implemented since she and President Biden took office.
They stopped deportations on day 1. They stopped construction of the border wall on day 1. We see the border wall sitting here, ready to be completed behind us. And that can't happen because of Kamala Harris's administration.
Many Democrats argue Vice President Harris was never placed in charge of the border as the border czar. The Northeast ISD is enhancing school safety in the upcoming school year with a new emergency response team. The 8-member team is trained to handle emergency situations. District officials say several team members have prior SWAT experience, while others have military backgrounds. NEISD is the city's second largest public school district with 70 schools school, serving nearly 56,000 students. Well, not this weekend, but next weekend is the annual Texas Tax-Free Weekend, just in time for back to school.
Families with children in elementary through high school spend an average of just under $900 for the start of the school year and double that for those heading to college. The good news is the Texas Tax-Free Weekend is just around the corner. Parents and shoppers can save $8 for every $100 spent on qualifying clothing, footwear, and school supplies during the tax-free weekend, which runs August 9th through 11th. That's both online and in stores. A full list of what's taxed and what's not is on the Texas Comptroller's Office website. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, as of yesterday, single-use plastic bags are no longer welcome in San Antonio Solid Waste Management's blue recycling bins. The city says the bags become entangled with other items in the bins and cause sorting equipment to malfunction by sticking to the machinery. A solid waste official says none of the nation's 10 other largest cities are accepting the plastic bags for recycling. Residents are asked to recycle their bags at retail stores or just throw them away. People are also encouraged to get some reusable bags. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business as that July jobs report has just been released. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk with details. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out, Charlie Parker in for him. Well, Kamala Harris will be announcing her running mate soon. We welcome in national correspondent Rory O'Neill. So, Rory, she's doing this announcement Tuesday from Pennsylvania. So doesn't that say that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro should be at the top of the list, and that's probably who it's going to be?
So now the campaign is saying don't read too much into it, but I think it's pretty obvious that Shapiro would be your choice if you're launching this national barnstorming tour in Philadelphia. Governor Shapiro is from the Philadelphia suburbs. Look, he's not very well known outside Pennsylvania, but his approval numbers inside that state, I think, are well over 60%. So that's strong. Could go a long way in turning Pennsylvania blue for the Democrats. And Pennsylvania really is a keystone state for any Democrat who wants to be president. You almost can't win the presidency if you're a Democrat without taking Pennsylvania.
And Rory, when it comes to the vetting process, one would imagine the issue of gender would likely come up for these potential candidates and whether they are comfortable with playing, I guess, second fiddle to a woman.
Right. That would be one of the issues. You know, there was some criticism that all the finalists for this appeared to be white males, which the campaign took a bit of heat for as well. But, you know, a lot of these people have also been through the ringer. They are governors. They included Tim Walz of Minnesota, Andy Beshear of Kentucky. You've got Arizona Senator Mark Kelly was also in the mix, as well as Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. You know, they're not unknowns when it comes to at least having some sort of scrutiny of their background. You know, I think that Shapiro being Jewish is a factor for the Democrats to consider in this. In some ways, that's a positive. In other places like Michigan, that could hurt a bit, where they're trying to attract more of them, which has a large Muslim population as well. So pluses and minuses to each of these.
I think we're missing a big issue here. It's 2024. Politics aren't about policies. Today, politics is a game. And I think this thing on Tuesday with being in Pennsylvania, I think is a ball fake. I think that they're purposely trying to lead the public to think that it's going to be Shapiro and it'll be one of the other candidates.
Do you have a front runner?
Oh, I think it'll be Kelly.
Mark Kelly
from Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a guess. I really don't care, but I mean, that's who I would guess it would be.
Well, you know, and Kelly, of course, brings another possible, you know, key swing state in Arizona. He's been popular there, and of course, you know, he's an astronaut, right? So that's as a Florida guy, I think that's worth something.
Speaking of being a Florida guy, how concerned are you about this tropical storm that could be Debbie coming along the west coast of Florida?
It's a good practice run.
Okay, that's all you can say about it, huh?
It's good to get everyone on their toes, make sure they, you know, check out the supplies, and it doesn't seem to be that, you know, this is not end of days stuff. But if you just stay home and watch the Olympics, you'll probably be fine, so long as the cable holds out.
Okay, so you're watching the Olympics?
Trying to, yeah. And my goal this weekend, honest to goodness, is to nap to the Olympics. That's my dream.
You know, if you put the gymnastics on, you can get a pretty good nap. I'm just saying.
Well, the golf too. Not a lot of cheering. That
true.
helps.
And Roy, there's nothing better than a golf nap, especially an Olympic golf nap.
NASCAR
nap.
NASCAR nap is pretty good. That constant drone, that helps that too.
Appreciate it as always. Have a great weekend. That's our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill. Coming up, we're going to talk Olympics with Charlie Parker. WOAI News Time, 744. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. And then coming up, Charlie Parker is here. He's in for Chris Duell. We're going to talk some Olympics because Charlie is watching everything that is going on at the Olympics. So he is our expert. He'll join us, or he's going to stick around. He's here. He will talk about it with us coming up at 7:50. Charity, what else is going on?
The 3 Americans who returned back to the U.S. after being detained in Russia have arrived in San Antonio for post-isolation support. Kamala Harris pulled in more campaign cash than Donald Trump last month, and forecasters are keeping an eye on a storm system in the Atlantic that could develop into Tropical Storm Debbie. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
I'm reading the Weather Channel 3-day forecast, and I see the word hot like 8 times. So it's going to be hot. 98 today, over 100 tomorrow, 97 on Sunday. Sunday does have a slight chance of thunderstorms during the afternoon. Right now, 78 in Lavernia, 80 in Cibolo, Texas, 80 in San Antonio, and WOAI News Time, 7:51.
I really like this song. I love it. I love hearing it. I love hearing it, and I love what it means.
Was it on MTV in 1981? Did they play it?
Yeah, actually, I believe they did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they did the extended dance mix, which is I don't recommend that. All right, so you've been watching just about everything on the Olympics, haven't you?
Up until yesterday, I had not missed television coverage-wise.
Right.
On all of the networks and streaming, I had seen at least some of every event that's taken place since the Olympics began. But yesterday, my son-in-law and daughter brought my grandbaby.
Oh, well,
down.
that trumps everything.
So I missed quite a bit yesterday.
So did you miss the men's rowing?
I caught the highlight.
Did you?
Late last night. 64 years.
Yeah.
That's 1960, right?
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
Here's what the end sounded like.
Team USA is leading the way. They are closest to the finish line, and the men's 4 delivers gold. Nick Mead, Justin Best, Michael Grady, Liam Corrigan, realizing right now they were the very best.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is. I still can't get past 64 years.
64 years.
You know, we're hearing, 18 years since the men's gymnast did this or, somebody else did that, and now we got 64 years. I didn't even know rowing had been around.
Now, what about gymnastics? Are you watching Simone Biles?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
She's the GOAT.
Yeah.
I mean, amazing.
But I have to go to a different place, a street. I have to go somewhere else when it's someone other than the American team.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Unless it's unless they sneak a Ukraine guy in or something.
Which that was pretty cool. The Ukraine guy, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
But Simone Biles, I mean, especially after coming off the Tokyo where she had the twisties, I mean, the fact that she's gotten 2 gold and now her 6th career gold is just amazing. She's at the pinnacle of her career right now.
I would say so. She's probably at the end of her career.
That's right, her Olympic career, yes.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to go get. What is she now?
27.
Yeah, 27. 31. I mean, that's hard on a gymnast body.
35, 36, and you're a swimmer. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Being a gymnast is a completely different ballgame.
I just can't get over the fact that she can jump. When she jumps up, she's 11 feet in the air.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Didn't they do a piece yesterday on whether she could? I think Kevin Durant was talking about whether
Well,
she could dunk or not.
Yeah, she can.
She
And
probably
she's
can.
4'8".
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Think about that. Think
Yeah.
about that.
But she probably can't dunk without doing, like a 2.5
Yes,
somersault with a twist. She probably
No.
can't just like run straight at the basket and
No.
jump up.
But that would win a dunk contest if she could
Oh.
do a couple twists and oh man,
Absolutely.
that would add an extra level to that dunk contest. For
Well,
sure.
with that gold yesterday in rowing and Simone Biles getting another gold and some other medals being passed out, your medal count as we speak, the United States leading the way with 38, France 28, China 26, Great Britain 23, and Australia is fifth with 19. When it comes to gold, China has 12 and leads the way, United States 9, France, Japan, Australia, all three have 8 golds, and Great Britain has 7. But as Charity brought up a little bit earlier, it's time for track and field.
And all things say that the United States should come back with a lot of gold.
They
from
should.
there. Yes, they should.
should dominate.
On paper, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But they still got to run the races, and that's,
Well, and throw the shot.
Yeah, and throw
Or
shot,
put the
and
shot.
javelin,
Well, I think
and
the
javelin throw.
and- yeah.
And I love watching the track and field. It's one of my
love
favorites.
track. It's technically called athletics.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it's labeled under.
Okay,
If
I get
you're
it.
looking at, like gymnastics, swimming,
Right.
diving, athletics.
Okay.
Which is because it's more than just
Yeah.
track.
Yeah, it's more than
and
just
field.
running. Yeah. It's more than just running. Other than track and field, do you have another favorite event?
Well, let me see what's happening today. Golf, that's not it.
Oh, I like that.
Soccer, that's not it. I like diving.
Yeah.
I like volleyball, both indoors and beach. Basketball, I'm not crazy about, but France and the United States. So I dig badminton.
Yeah.
Archery is pretty impressive.
It is.
And I absolutely cannot stand 3x3 basketball.
Yeah, I was wondering how that would work out as far as
I don't mind it. I got to be honest with you. I
excitement
don't mind
factor.
it. I don't mind. It's fast.
It's boring.
Yeah, it's quick.
Now,
fun.
one thing we have to watch for is trampoline gymnastics.
What is that?
Yeah, they're apparently jumping on a trampoline and doing flips in the air. I think that could be entertaining, and that's taking place today as well.
Yeah, and today only.
Uh-huh.
That
And
also
it's
is it.
medaling.
Oh, it's a medal event?
It's a
Wow.
medal event.
Mhm.
Because when we used to jump on trampolines, nobody ever gave us medals for that.
You weren't doing flips. I don't
No,
know.
but I got
what?
stitches
Did you? From
in my
the
chin
trampoline?
and in my head.
From the trampoline?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because back when we were doing it, there was no net around the outside of it. If you messed up, you were off the trampoline.
We were doing a trampoline in a garage,
Oh.
like dumbasses. And I actually cut the top of my head
So you got three
on the
cuts?
trampoline, but I busted my chin when I was running home. fell and cut my chin open.
That's why we won't get one for the kids. We'll take them to like trampoline parks, but we won't own one.
Well, if you own one, they'll get bored with it real fast. I'm just saying.
Well,
Like
it-
anything you get.
Yeah, exactly. It's better if you can just visit every now and then. You don't really want
a
to
lot
own
of
one.
injuries happen on trampolines with kids. You have to be careful.
If you're doing it right, you're definitely going to get some injuries. All right, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, it is Friday, so that means Fridays with Beamer. He joins us coming up at 8:10. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans released from a Russian prison are now in San Antonio, and get ready for another round of weekend highway closures. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Get a move on. It is 79 degrees. The 3 Americans who returned back to the U.S. after being detained in Russia arrived in San Antonio overnight for a medical evaluation after they touched down at Joint Base Andrews last night. Here's Fox's Chanley Painter.
The plane carrying several Americans freed in the largest prisoner swap with Russia since the Cold War has now landed in San Antonio, Texas. On board, Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gerskovich, former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, also Krumasheva, as well as some of their family members and State Department personnel on that plane. They will now receive post-isolation support in San Antonio Brooke Army Medical Center. There, they will also get a health check and also time to reconnect with their families.
The freed Americans arrived around 3:10 this morning in San Antonio. BAMC is a routine destination for Americans who re-entered the U.S. after being held overseas. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, GOP VP Ohio Senator J.D. Vance visited the southern border in Arizona yesterday and asked border agents if Vice President Kamala Harris has done anything to secure the border or help them do their job.
Every time I ask these guys, and I even asked, Brandon, Paul, let's play devil's advocate here. Tell me, has Kamala Harris done anything you've asked her to do? She is the border czar. Has your border czar done anything you've asked her to do? And the answer is no.
Many Democrats, however, insist Harris was never placed in charge of the border or named the border czar. Former President Trump's campaign pulled in $139 million in July and has $327 million on hand. On the other side, his Democratic rival, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign, raised $310 million, the biggest grassroots fundraising effort in presidential campaign history. 2/3 of that total came from first-time donors. That leaves the campaign with $377 million in the bank. The money does not include what Harris took over from the Biden campaign after the president dropped out of the race. The Trump campaign is asking the FEC to review the finances, arguing the money transfer is a massive campaign finance violation. Well, a change is coming, has arrived actually in San Antonio's recycling policy, which means you can no longer put plastic bags in your blue bin.
The new policy went into effect yesterday. Single-use plastic bags, such as those from retail stores, can no longer go in your recycling cart. The ban covers not only grocery bags, but also produce bags and dry cleaning bags. The city says every other big city refuses to take single-use plastic bags in their recycling carts because the bags become entangled with more recyclable hard plastics and recycling machinery. The bags can go in your brown trash cart, or you can drop them off at retailers that recycle plastic bags. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, heads up for those on the northeast side. TxDOT plans to close Loop 1604, both eastbound and westbound at I-35 to install steel girders. The eastbound and westbound exit ramps from 1604 to I-35 will also be closed, along with the ramps from I-35 southbound to 1604 eastbound and from I-35 northbound to 1604 westbound. The closure start at 9 o'clock tonight and continue until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. Well, Israel's military is on high alert as it braces for a response from Iran and its allies.
Israel admits it killed Hezbollah's Fuad Shukr in Lebanon, but isn't commenting on accusations over the death of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. Those two militant groups and the Iranians have vowed retaliation. The Israeli military says it's ready and able to cope with whatever comes next. Yesterday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to President Joe Biden, who promised American support. Israel's National Security Council, meanwhile, warning its embassies could be targeted, as could Jewish synagogues and community centers around the world. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
For the sixth straight Olympics, an American has won the gold medal in the women's gymnastics individual all-around competition. Simone Biles' floor routine helped her win her second gold medal in the event, while American teammate Suni Lee won the bronze. Biles says she's thrilled about her gold medal win.
It's just insane. It's crazy. It all paid off, and I couldn't be more excited for how the night played out.
The 27-year-old Biles of Spring, Texas, is now the most decorated U.S. Olympic gymnast in history with 8 Olympic medals. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on this Finally Friday edition, a Red Friday edition. That's right, we're wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. And since it is Friday, that means Fridays with Beamer. He joins us right after traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy skies today, plenty of sunshine, high around 98. Tomorrow around 100 degrees, maybe even a little warmer, certainly going to feel warmer. Sun and clouds mixed on Sunday with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon, high of 97. 79 in Fort Sam, Houston, 77 in Floresville, 80 degrees in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
That's right. It is a Playlist Friday. MTV debuted 43 years ago. So we're celebrating that with a list of songs from the videos that were played on MTV. And it is Friday. So that means Fridays with Beamer. Randy Beamer, longtime television news anchor, also host of On the Record Thursdays at 7 on KLRN. Randy, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Y'all pumped about it being a Friday in the Olympics?
Big time.
Yes, definitely.
I'm pumped every day.
That's right. Charlie is pumped. Well, it's good to hear you on a Friday, and I'm looking forward to that. And I know that I have to get a shameless plug in here first. You all are looking forward to 10 o'clock this morning. I'm going to see you downtown at the Radius Center. The San Antonio Film Festival is showing my Jesse Trevino film.
Yes.
Yes, definitely. I'll watch it for the third time.
Okay, good. Anyway, I'm done with the shameless plug now, so we can move on to something more important. Anything.
Like the fact that you're going to be working on a movie with Chris Hemsworth?
No, the Chris Hemsworth thing. Okay, I just dropped that name because I talked to a director down at the film festival who did this $4 million movie that's down there, which is just awesome, Los Freakies. Michael Schwartz had never heard of him before, had never heard of Los Freakies, any of that stuff. But talked with him afterwards, and they're getting funding together. He's writing some stuff, and he could be shooting a movie in Australia with Chris Hemsworth. So it just tells you how good the movie is that he just did. So another reason to get down there and not see my stuff, but the San Antonio Film Festival goes on through Sunday. And okay, now here's one. How many of you saw Napoleon Dynamite?
I did.
I didn't.
Saw it, hated it.
Okay. Well, okay, then one of you might like the movie that's down there tonight, starring Napoleon Dynamite himself. I think it's John Heder.
Yeah.
That's his name, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
anyway, he's in this movie tonight called Tapawingo, and it's supposedly kind of a Napoleon Dynamite 2, kind of the same kind of sense of humor that I'm sure Charlie did not like. But I don't even remember the movie myself. My kids loved it. But so anyway, that's going on tonight at 7. And Los Freakies is on at 3. And then I'll be there for the awards on Sunday. No, not to get awards.
Oh, okay.
Get awards. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. And I'll be there getting the award on. Boy, I sound like a vain, pompous ex-anchor, don't I?
Not at all. What happens to these 200 plus films, Randy, after they're featured at the film festival? Do they stick around in local theaters, or do you just find them online? What happens?
Well, some of them are homegrown. And they actually have a segment called Homegrown Shorts, which I think that's what Charlie wears around the house on the weekends. But oh, wait, I heard once what Charlie does wear around the house on the weekends, and I won't go there.
Yeah, there's no shorts involved, yes.
Now you've ruined my mental image, but it's some of those, they actually go on to maybe other film festivals, but like this Los Freakies, at the end of the time that it runs in festivals, probably this fall, then is when they get into distribution and they'll make a deal with Netflix or whatever. That's why some of these go around to different film festivals to kind of get buzz, word of mouth, prove to distributors that they're worth something. It's not a Cannes or a Sundance, but it's one of those where they can prove their mettle and audiences can kind of give their reaction to see what they like.
And San Antonio's pushing to get some more movies shot here, some more films shot here, correct?
Always. In fact, there's a story, Nicholas Frank, I don't know if he has it out yet, in the Express News, called me wanting to know if I had gotten one of these grants. And it's like, no, I don't do that, or didn't do that. But they're pushing to do that more, maybe make the grants bigger. You remember we've had pushes over the years to get more films shot here. We had the Newton Boys with Matthew McConaughey.
Yep.
Lolita, Johnny Be Good, I'm sure.
Sugarland
Charlie,
Express.
That one? Yeah, all those. So anyway, they're trying to make another push, the Film Commission here, and I give them credit because, another thing we'd like to steal from Austin is films.
All right, Randy, stick around. We're just going to hang out with us. It's Fridays with Beamer right here on San Antonio's First News. He'll be with us for another segment right now. WOAI News Time, 8:15. Hey, Randy.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What do you want to talk about this next segment?
Whatever you want to talk about.
How about the Olympics and the possible
Olympics is good.
push for a baseball stadium downtown? Is that along with an arena downtown?
No, this is actually a separate thing that they're working on now. That the Weston urban people on the northwest part of downtown,
Northwest, which would be close to what?
Fox Tech.
Okay, Fox Tech. All right.
The northwest part of downtown.
Downtown, yeah.
Yeah, northwest. Yeah, downtown.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that.
I want to know what you guys think about
Of the baseball stadium?
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
I would love to see it happen. I'd love to see it happen. I just don't know how.
Yeah, at the same time they're doing the Spurs thing.
Yeah.
Well, either one of those, they're talking major price tag. So we'll see what happens.
Well, it's
Well, nobody watches minor league baseball. Nobody goes to the games.
Is it because of where it's at, or just because it's AA or
It'd be
AAA?
even more difficult to get to a field downtown than it would be to get to where Wolf's at now.
At least parking wise, definitely. If
And
they
it
built,
won't be with the rest of the Spurs stuff, so it won't be in that sports district they're hoping to have.
well, if they build anything downtown, they've got to build some parking. They got to put some parking garages, something, because there's no place to park downtown.
Thank you. I agree, and I've been pushing for that for 100 years, and they are in denial.
And if they build a stadium and or an arena, there goes all your parking spaces.
Exactly.
Why don't you just build some places for parking so we can go downtown?
Yeah, because right now it is tough. You go to a show at the Alamo Dome, I mean, you can't get in. I mean, there's no place to park.
It's, I don't know, they're just in this whole denial thing, like, yeah, there are plenty of places, but you just have to find them. And it's like,
yeah. What, an Easter egg hunt?
You gotta find
yeah.
them.
I think they should build a bunch of parking garages like at the edge of downtown and then put shuttles from them to everything else.
That would work.
And, yeah. Well, there you go. Now I'm running for mayor.
Yeah, well, since my wife retired, I don't have parking like I used to downtown. I always had a parking spot right across from where she worked at, and we just walked to the Alamo Dome from her office. But she's retired now, so I can't do that.
Yeah. Well, I actually live on a bus route, and I've taken a bus straight into downtown a few times.
Not bad.
But it's not bad, but I wouldn't want to do it like on a regular basis.
No. All right, stand by, Randy. We'll be right with you. Hang on. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and more with Randy Beamer. It is Fridays with Beamer. But Charity, what else is going on?
3 American citizens are in San Antonio after their release from captivity in Russia. Longer terms and higher pay for city officials may be on the November ballot. And Simone Biles is now the most decorated U.S. Olympic gymnast in history with 8 Olympic medals. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Hot, hot, hot. Temperatures around 100 degrees, going to feel even hotter today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. Sunday does bring with it a slight chance of thunderstorms during the afternoon. 79 at the Pearl, 79 in Von Army, and in San Antonio, 80 degrees. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
From 1983, The Police and Every Breath You Take, and I like to call it the Stalker's Anthem.
It really is.
It is a
It's a
stalker-
love song, though.
Is
but
it?
Somehow.
Is that love? Stalking is love? I
Let's
don't
ask
think so.
Randy Beamer. Is that a
Randy.
love song?
Randy, you think that's a love song? Every breath you take, every move you make?
I'll
It's
be
a little
watching you.
creepy.
Little.
You couldn't tell by the video.
I don't remember. Was that black and white?
It
Yes.
was,
that
yeah.
one of the police?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. It was very creepy to
don't-
me. I thought it was very creepy. All right, so Randy, I've been hearing a lot of talk about a possible baseball stadium downtown. Where are they going to put it, and where's anybody going to park?
Well, those are questions they're still working on, but we have now moved to the next phase of that, where the city council and the mayor have at least said they're signaling some support so that the Mission's ownership can move to the next phase with Major League Baseball, because they pretty much have to say that they're committed to doing this, or they'll lose the baseball team for San Antonio if they don't improve Missions or Wolf Stadium or downtown. Now, we had Molly Smith, Express News reporter, who's been working with Madison Isler. We had her on the record this week about the latest. And so that's what they're trying to do, is to get a letter saying they're kind of, or at least they're pushing for it, that they are open to the idea to get to Major League Baseball. But at parking, I want to know what you guys think of this. Would be in the northwest part of downtown near Fox Tech, or what was Fox Tech.
I don't know any place down there where you could tear something down and make part. It's not going to happen. As much as I would like to see it happen, as much as I love Burl and the folks over at the Missions, it's not happening. And you're talking about where and parking and this and that. Money. But all the politicians and everybody involved is going to tell you, oh, yeah, we're open to this. No, they're not. And it's not going to happen.
You wouldn't go to a game on...
I would go, but it's not going to happen.
I don't know. What do you think, Mr. T? Charity?
I guess my thing, Randy, is like, okay, weren't we just talking about a Spurs stadium downtown? Now they're talking about a baseball stadium. I mean, should we focus on one before the other?
Well, actually, that was a kind of a question that I had for her, is because for a while they said Eric Wallace wasn't returning Randy Smith of Weston Urban's phone calls or emails. And I was guessing, well, maybe they were focusing on the Spurs arena and that whole Project Marvel thing, they're calling it, with the Alamo Dome redo and a new convention center, hotel, and a revamped convention center. That's like a major $1 billion plus project on the southwest side, that sports and entertainment district. And this is totally separate with the Missions on the northwest side of downtown.
So they can't put money into Wolf Stadium and get that up to AAA level?
They say it would cost in the tens of millions of dollars.
It's a lot cheaper than billions.
Well, no. Well, it would be $200 million in the area for a development on the northwest side, but that would also include some apartments and businesses and other things nearby the baseball stadium. And they think they can get that done much easier than trying to. You basically have to tear down a good chunk of Wolf Stadium to make it big enough for Major League Baseball.
I think the big issue is, how will taxpayers be affected by this?
A lot.
That'd be, wow, you guys sound really upbeat about this.
I'm just being pragmatic and realistic.
Yeah, I think it reminds me of when the Spurs were trying to get the stadium built downtown. Although talking to some people about that, they were closer than I thought, apparently, to building that at the old Longhorn Quarry.
Yeah, remember that.
And the thing with the Northeast School Board I guess there was kind of a catch, and that's when the Spurs and Cindy Cryer kind of came in and saved the day and said, okay, we'll put it out on the east side, but that it still might have gone downtown. So who knows? You find out about this stuff later on as to how it works, but I'm glad you guys are upbeat about it.
Definitely.
All right, we'll let you know.
Before we let you go, though, you've been watching the Olympics. So we've been asking people this morning, of all the Olympic sports, which one do you think you could do?
You know what I tried to do and would love to do and had not the body to do is gymnastics. I was
that's a hard one.
Actually in a gymnastics class, a gangly kid at USC, And 3 months in, I broke my foot trying to do a vault.
Oh.
And unfortunately, you know, the coach, Gary, you can do it. Nobody told me that. So I had to walk around in a cast and ruin my gymnastics career. I could have been somebody. But I don't know. I miss what Charlie thinks you could do.
I think I could do. Once upon a time, I was a good ping pong player, but I couldn't do it, you know, at the level that they do it in the Olympics. I think I could possibly, when I was younger, I think I could have done handball.
Oh, I love that sport. I think I could do that. That would be
I
fun.
thought you were going to say hammer throw. They have that going on right now.
Yeah,
no, that's too heavy, man.
I don't even know what my wife sends me after a hammer. I come back with a screwdriver.
Randy?
Charity gymnastics, right?
No, I'm thinking the pistol shooting. That's
Ooh.
just really
Oh,
calm. Everyone's
geez.
really calm and collected, and just
Should I
point
be
and
worried?
aim.
Should I be worried? She asked me to put an apple on my head earlier. Should I be worried?
A little.
Yeah, that sounds pretty aggressive. But, good luck with that.
Randy, have a great day. You can catch Randy Beamer every Thursday on KLRN at 7 o'clock with On the Record, or anytime at klrn.org. That is Fridays with Beamer. WOAI News Time 827.
8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, 3 Americans who were part of the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange are now in San Antonio, and a big change for those thin plastic grocery store bags. We'll have details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday, partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and 2 other Americans arrived back to the U.S. after being detained in Russia. President Biden and Vice President Harris greeted the freed Americans when they touched down at Joint Base Andrews last night. President Biden shared how he felt about the release.
To me, this is about the essence of who we are as a country. It really is about personal relationships. It's about family. It's about being able to have access to your own, the people you love and you adore. Imagine how you'd all feel if you were being held captive unfairly.
Marine veteran Paul Whelan shared why he was arrested.
The FSB grabbed me, said I was a spy. I'm apparently a general in the Army, a secret agent for DIA. This is the nonsense narrative they came up with, and they wouldn't let it go.
The 3 Americans touched down in San Antonio around 3:10 this morning and are now being medically evaluated at BAMC. Meantime, political figures are reacting to the prisoner exchange.
In a statement over the release of wrongfully detained Americans, former President Bill Clinton says he is deeply grateful for the Biden administration's tremendous diplomatic efforts. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries echoing this, adding, "We will never let Putin win." House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it encouraging news, adding their unjust captivity will be an enduring reminder of the Russian government's longstanding fear of free people and the free press. 4 U.S. residents were released from prison in Russia as part of the exchange, including Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and U.S. Marine veteran Paul Whelan, both wrongfully sentenced for espionage. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
GOP VP and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance visited the southern border in Arizona yesterday and asked border agents if Vice President Kamala Harris has done anything to secure the border or help them do their job.
Every time I ask these guys, and I even asked, Brandon, Paul, let's play devil's advocate here. Tell me, has Kamala Harris done anything you've asked her to do? She is the border czar. Has your border czar done anything you've asked her to do? And the answer is no.
Many Democrats, however, insist Vice President Harris was never placed in charge of the border or named the border czar. Well, a change in San Antonio's recycling policy means you can no longer put plastic bags in your blue bin.
The new policy went into effect yesterday. Single-use plastic bags, such as those from retail stores, can no longer go in your recycling cart. The ban covers not only grocery bags, but also produce bags and dry cleaning bags. The city says every other big city refuses to take single-use plastic bags in their recycling carts because the bags become entangled with more recyclable hard plastics and recycling machinery. Bags can go in your brown trash cart, or you can drop them off at retailers that recycle plastic bags. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, heads up for San Antonio drivers. TxDOT plans to close Loop 1604 both eastbound and westbound at I-35 to install steel girders. The eastbound and westbound exit ramps from 1604 to I-35 will also be closed, along with the ramp from I-35 southbound to 1604 eastbound and from I-35 northbound to 1604 westbound. The closure started at 9 o'clock tonight and continue until Monday morning at 5. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, we welcome in Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. right, thanks, Ed. Enjoy your weekend. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Oh, yes. Michael Jackson, I say the king of MTV. He had more videos, I think, than anybody else. That's from 1983. We'll get back to that in a second. But first of all, we got to check in with Joe Pags. And I didn't see him yesterday. So, Joe, happy birthday.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. T. Yep, got a year older yesterday, but back in the saddle today. We'll certainly talk about the controversy from France, where the Olympic Games are happening. You've got the women's boxing controversy, where an Italian woman was forced to take on a human being with a Y chromosome. That would make that person male. This is a person that had been disqualified from international competition last year, but has been allowed to fight in the Olympics. The Italian fighter stopped after 46 seconds saying, "I have never been punched that hard in my life." And she was crying on her knees on the mat inside that ring. We're going to talk about that at length. Plus, we'll have Harriet Hageman. She is, of course, a U.S. representative in the great state of Wyoming. She's got a lot to say. And former U.S. Representative Ted Poe on the Joe Pags Show, 5 o'clock right here. News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Thank you, Joe. And that is Joe Pags, who had a birthday yesterday. Does he sound a year older to you?
No.
I don't know what sounding older sounds like.
Right there. Right there. All right. Michael Jackson beat it from MTV, man. Michael Jackson had some great videos on MTV.
I don't think anybody had any great videos.
Oh, I did. I loved
Well,
it.
there may have been a few. The ones that were similar to like it, or were actually film of a live show. Those
I like
are okay.
those. I like
But
those.
see, when I listen to music, I paint a picture in my head of that song and what it means. And a video comes along and you see the video and you go, that's not anything close to what that song is about. That's why I didn't like them. But I got a couple of quick MTV facts for you.
Okay.
Who created MTV?
The part of iHeart Media, and I forget his name.
More than part.
Yeah, he's like the head guy, Bob Pittman.
CEO, the
Bob
CEO
Pittman, there you go.
of iHeart is the man who created, with three other dudes.
With three other guys, but yes, I do
created
remember that.
MTV.
Yeah.
And the only video I ever really liked on MTV was Walk of Life by Dire Straits,
that was great.
because it featured San Antonio Spur Alvin Robertson.
Yes, it
in
did. Yes, it did.
Other than that, you can have all of them, especially the ones by the Police.
Oh. You didn't like the Stalker Anthem. I don't understand why not.
I didn't like any of the walking around with candles and, come on, really?
I mean, even Olivia Newton-John.
I did like
physical.
that.
That didn't do anything for you.
I liked it.
No.
Okay.
And the Weird Al videos were great.
Maybe White Wedding by Billy Idol.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was a good one. November Rain by Guns N' Roses. It was nice. It was like
so
a
good.
movie. It was like a movie.
And Prince, When Doves Cry. I thought that was a good video too.
It was okay.
I liked it.
It's okay.
It's Prince.
Don't like videos.
All right, Charity. So we got some road closures this weekend. 1604 and I-10, one of them.
Yeah, basically, you need to rearrange your plan. Yeah, stay home, rearrange your plans, because they're saying that portions of 1604 are going to close, both where it meets I-10 and I-35. Apparently, the I-10 closures are only going to happen at night, but the I-35 closures are going to last all weekend. So the interchange where I-10 meets Loop 1604 will close each night starting tonight until Monday morning at 5. Construction crews are building those flyover ramps as part of that huge north expansion project for 1604. So once they're done, it's going to be wonderful, but we have to go through the pain of it right now.
I'll say it again. It's going to be a nice city when they finish it.
Yeah. Well, and those are the closures that they tell you about.
Yeah, exactly.
And then then they pop up just about anywhere you go.
Go downtown. There's not a road downtown that's not under construction. There's not I don't think there's a highway in the city that is not being worked on at one time or another.
Yeah, we didn't know that
progress.
we were, at the time when we didn't know the city was going to become so popular to people from other states.
And that's what I think of when talking to Beamer about, stadiums, baseball and a new Spurs arena. I'm like, construction, more construction. The last thing we need, more construction. And that's going to last years.
Well, let's say the construction wasn't even an issue.
Parking.
Or take that out of the mix as well. How about traffic? You want to try to drive downtown San Antonio to a 6-7 o'clock baseball game?
Oof.
Traffic is bad enough at closing
without anything
going on.
Well, they'll have some highway expansion project probably on I-37 or
will
something.
last like
You don't have to
another
worry about it
50
because it's
years.
not going to happen.
All right. Well, it is Friday, so that means a weekend earworm, and it has something to do with the Saharan dust that's kind of moving out of our area. We'll talk about that coming up. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And coming up, your weekend earworm before your Sean Hannity Morning Minute. Charity, what else is going on?
The 3 Americans released as part of a multi-country prisoner swap with Russia are in San Antonio. A Texas congressman is calling out Homeland Security over the surge in crime from Venezuelan illegal immigrants. And single-use plastic bags are no longer allowed in the city's blue recycling bins. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy skies today, but sunshine this afternoon and hot. Sunshine and clouds tomorrow and hot. Sunshine and clouds on Sunday and hot. All 3 days could hit 100 degrees, at the very least upper 90s. 80 now in San Antonio, WOAI News Time, 8:52.
Every Friday, we like to bring you a weekend earworm in honor of the Saharan dust being moved out of our area by the wind. Here's Kansas from Point of No Return in 1977 and Dust in the Wind. Everybody have a great weekend.